And I want you to remember.
We are live and we can see you on YouTube.
Seriously, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. We are live. Yeah. Should I send you the link? Or
Streaming. Put it on for
Good to see you. So Sam's on his way.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we all get seated down so that we may proceed with our program as planned? The executive mayor, the first citizen of this beautiful city, the deputy executive mayor, NNCs that are here, in particular the NNC for Human Settlements, who is hosting us today, the Minister of Human Settlements, the member of the Executive Council for Human Settlement in the province, stakeholders that are here, and I would want to mention DBSA, National Housing Finance Corporation, the PIC, the GPF, the Property Charter Council, developers that are here, potential partners, senior officials from the national, the province, as well as the city of Tshwane, the TDA board and the chairperson, the HCT board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I declare this symposium open. Just before I proceed, I would want to announce a few housekeeping rules. The first one and the most important is to have your cell phones on silent. You all have gifts on your tables, and the aim is to encourage proactive and a high level of interaction. So we're trying to motivate you. We have ablution facilities as you exit through the door. On your left, there are facilities clearly marked for males and females, and I hope the speakers are not nervous, because in one symposium that I attended, I found a man pacing up and down in the ladies' toilet. And when I asked, he indicated that he was nervous, so I hope you won't be saying. Tea will be between 10:15, hopefully we are going to catch up on time, and 10:45, it will be strictly 30 minutes. By 1400 hours, you should be out of this venue. Let me then do the obvious, which is to request all of you to stand up and sing the national anthem. Unfortunately, we don't have a recorded one, so I trust that you have good singing skills. Anyone who can start and lead us, please.
Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
You're not bad. All right, just safety protocols that I must announce as part of the routine here in this venue. The hotel has a generator backup in the event of a power failure, so please don't panic. There's dedicated trained first aiders that are available for medical assistance if you need one. And we have emergency services that are located close by. And there are also trained firefighters. Hopefully there's not going to be any fire. And an emergency coordinator and fire marshals will guide you in the event of fire. Now, without wasting time, I am going to request our MMC for Human Settlements, Alderman Aaron Maduleke, just to provide a strategic overview of why we are here. Over to you, MMC. Thanks.
Let's sort out the mic for high issues. There are others that are challenged. You'll see them later as we continue. That you will have to order a case of beer to organize and reorganize our stage so that we can be able to fit. Program Director or COO in the city, the Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Jim B. Similani, the MEC of Housing in Gauteng, MEC Tazni Motara, the Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, our Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Eugene Modise, my fellow MMCs, I see only MMC Mabota, others I understand that will come because we've invited all our executive members. Members of the Section 79 Committee of Housing, I see they're here. You see Sean, so you see Sean, you see everybody. Then you are also welcome. Senior managers, both in Gauteng government and in the city of Tshwane, our partners in the building environment, both in private sector, NGO, academia. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Abshedi. Minister, we have followed the work that you're doing. We met with you on different platforms. We met in the province. We met here in Tshwane in conversation around what constitutes housing and interventions that we can make. My last meeting was a conversation with the University of Pretoria around homelessness and what it means to provide housing and who are the most affected people. And we then conceptualized what would then become an intervention in the broader scheme of things, because everybody expects housing and shelter. But I think it takes a lot of planning, a lot of mobilization of resources, a lot of academia conversation in terms of what is it actually that we can have, not necessarily panacea, but what is it that we can do that would assist us to then build at speed, build quality, sustainability, but also look at the significance part. And I think this was a conversation that came in the World Urban Forum. That as much as we want to green our spaces, we should not displace the poor. Because of once land becomes expensive, the poor are displaced. They can't afford to stay. And when I said with the executive mayor, I said, I want to champion plugging the working class in affluent and rich areas. We must insist that they must be plugged because of mutation of informal settlement comes as a result of people looking for economic growth points. They want to work. These are domestic workers, gardeners. That they work in the day. In the evening, they must disappear and travel a distance, and they can't afford. Therefore, it's my singular honor and privilege, Program Director, to welcome you in this important Human Settlement Symposium, convened under the theme, Forging Partnerships for Sustainable Human Settlements Development. We gather here today because the challenge of delivering dignified, affordable, and inclusive settlements cannot be solved by one sector alone. It requires shared purpose, honest dialogue, and a strong collaboration between government, developers, financiers, researchers, and communities. The purpose of hosting this symposium, it is clear to reposition the city of Tshwane as a proactive enabler of development to unlock land and projects opportunities, and also to accelerate the delivery of sustainable human settlements for our people. We want to move from intention to implementation, from fragmentation efforts to coordinated action, and from planning in isolation to build through partnerships. So like many other fast-growing cities, faces serious pressures, housing backlogs, infrastructure constraints, regulatory delays, the need for spatial transformation, and persistent challenge of informal settlement growth. Yet within these challenges also lies opportunity. We have public land, we have private sector interest, and we have the collective capacity to build inclusive communities that are better located, economically viable, climate responsive, and socially integrated. This symposium is therefore not a ceremonial event. It is an outcome-driven platform designed to produce practical solutions. We want developers and financiers to live with a clear roadmap of the city's short, medium, and long-term human settlement plans. We want to identify the constraints that slow delivery and agree on the action needed to remove them. Most importantly, we want to create a credible platform for partnership that can lead to project implementation, investment, and funding. Collaboration is in the heart of that vision. Government must create an enabling environment, provide certainty, and unlock public assets strategically. Property developers must bring innovation, technical capacity, and investment confidence. Financial institutions and other stakeholders must help shape viable models that can support affordability, scale, and sustainability. When these forces work together, we can build more than houses. We can build connected neighborhoods, economic opportunities, and human dignity. We also recognize the sustainable human settlement must respond to realities of our time. They must be supported by infrastructure and bulk service. Program Director, this symposium gives us an opportunity to renew trust and deepen partnership and align our efforts around shape development agenda. Let us use this platform to not to simply speak about housing challenge, but to commit ourselves to solutions that are practical, measurable, and transformative. Let us build a city where spatial injustice is not an aspiration, but a lived reality. I wish all participants fruitful deliberations, and I look forward to the outcomes of this symposium and partnerships that will emerge from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MNC. We gave you 15 minutes and you used 7 minutes of that. I think let's give him a round of applause. The MNC has articulated the position of the city, which recognizes that the city alone can never tackle the challenges of human settlement. Hence, we need an intergovernmental approach as well as collaboration with the private sector. At this point in time, I must indicate that there's a slight change in terms of the sequencing of speakers on your programs. Unfortunately, our MEC as well as our minister, they have to attend the portfolio committee, and you know how those portfolio committees you know the mood when the minister is not it changes. So we do understand that we have to do much earlier, and as such, the program now requires our MEC for Human Settlement, Honorable Tasmin Mutara, to come and give us a message of support, but also we introduce the next speaker, which will be the Minister of Human Settlements. Over to you, MEC. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I don't know who the MEC was speaking about when he said she was bringing beer crates. I don't think it's but to the Minister of Human Settlements, Minister Simelani, the Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moyo, the Deputy Mayor of the city, MMC for Human Settlements, my colleague in the Human Settlements family, Alderman Maluleka, the MMCs and political leadership of the City of Tshwane, representatives from national government, national entities, provincial entities, as well as municipal entities, senior officials from the city, the province, and the national departments, our partners in development, developers, investors, financiers, and representatives of the property sector, our guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to join you at this important Human Settlement Symposium, convened under the theme Forging Partnerships for Sustainable Human Settlements Development. On behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Government and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, I wish to express our support for this platform and for the intention behind it. The symposium comes at a time when the human settlement sector is under enormous pressure, not only in Swami, but across the province. Gauteng remains the economic center of the country. It is a place where people come to look for work, to study, to start families, to build businesses, and to seek a better life. This has always been part of the strength of our province, but it also places a serious responsibility on government to plan better, build faster, and work with others in a much more coordinated way. The demand for housing is growing. The need for service land is urgent. Infrastructure is under pressure. Many households are still waiting for access to dignified shelter, secure tenure, and communities that are close to schools, transport, clinics, and economic opportunities. These are not abstract policy issues, but they are the daily realities for families who want a stable place to call home. The City of Tshwane has correctly identified that the delivery of sustainable human settlements cannot be achieved through government acting alone. The challenges before us are too complex for one sphere of government, one department or one sector to resolve in isolation. We need municipalities, the province, the national government, as well as developers, financiers, the public and private sector as a whole, infrastructure providers, communities and research institutions to work from the same page. That's why the focus of this symposium is appropriate. Partnerships are not simply about sitting in the same room or signing agreements. They must help us unlock land, remove blockages, mobilize funding, and accelerate infrastructure provision, while creating jobs that are realistic, fundable, and implementable. The symposium highlights several constraints that are very familiar to all of us in the sector. They include fragmented land release processes, infrastructure limitations, regulatory bottlenecks, misalignment between stakeholders, and the increasing illegal occupation of land. These are not small issues. When land release is slow, projects stall. When bulk infrastructure is not available, even well-located land cannot be developed. When approvals are delayed, costs increase. When stakeholders do not plan together, projects move in different directions. When land is illegally occupied, planning becomes even more difficult, and the state is forced into reactive responses instead of planned development. The province therefore welcomes the city's intention to use the symposium to present a structured development pipeline and to engage developers and financiers on real opportunities in Tshwane. This is the kind of practical engagement we need. The sector does not need another conversation that ends with broad commitments and no follow-through. It needs clear projects, clear responsibilities, realistic timelines, and honest discussions about what is delaying delivery. As the department, we are committed to supporting municipalities in this work. Our role as the province is to enable, coordinate, guide, and partner with municipalities so that we can deliver human settlements that are integrated, sustainable, and responsive to the needs of our people. A balanced approach is needed that includes affordable housing for working families, expanded social and rental housing opportunities, service sites, and the upgrading of informal settlements where possible. It should also promote mixed use and mixed income developments while ensuring that new projects are integrated with economic activity and found close to opportunities rather than on the urban periphery. This is why spatial transformation must remain at the center of our work. We cannot continue to reproduce old patterns where poor and working class communities are pushed to the margins while economic opportunities remain elsewhere. Human settlements must help correct that history. They must bring people closer to the opportunity and support the building of more inclusive cities. Distinguished guests, the private sector has a critical role to play in this agenda. Developers bring capacity, experience, and innovation. Financial institutions bring funding models and risk assessment. Built environment professionals bring technical expertise. Research institutions help us understand what is working and what must change. Communities bring lived experience and the clearest understanding of what development means on the ground. We as government must create a more predictable and enabling environment for this participation. Investors, developers, everyone in the private sector need to know where opportunities are, what land is available, what infrastructure is required, what approvals are needed, and how government intends to support implementation. And at the same time, the private sector must understand that human settlements development is not only a commercial exercise. It must respond to public need, social justice, and the long-term development of our province. As a province, we are prepared to work with the city on matters that require intergovernmental coordination. Where there are blockages around land, infrastructure, regulatory approvals, or funding alignment, we must deal with them directly. The people waiting for housing do not experience government in spheres, they simply experience whether government is working or not. The success of this symposium should not be measured only by the quality of today's discussion. It must be measured by what happens after today. Which projects move forward? Which partnerships are formalized? Which land parcels are unlocked? Which infrastructure constraints are escalated and resolved? Which investors commit to working with the city? Which communities begin to see progress? That is the standard we must set for ourselves. We must leave here with a practical roadmap and a shared understanding that sustainable human settlements development is not a favor to communities. It is a constitutional development, developmental, and moral responsibility. Housing is about dignity. It is about stability and giving people a real stake in the city and in the economy. In closing, I really want to commend the City of Tshwane, the Executive Mayor, and your mayoral committee, in particular MMC for Human Settlements, and all the officials who have worked to convene this symposium. Bringing the right stakeholders into one platform is an important step. The real work now is to turn this platform into implementation. The Gauteng provincial government remains committed to working with the City of Tshwane and all partners represented here today. We support efforts to unlock land, strengthen investment, improve planning, accelerate delivery, and build human settlements that are sustainable, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of our people. Let this symposium be remembered not only as a meeting of minds, but as a point where practical partnerships were strengthened and delivery was moved forward. I thank you.
MEC, we really appreciate the support, the commitment, and I must indicate that we are not going to promise promises. We have made it very clear that we want to see clear projects and deliverables. That's what we are all about, and we will be outlining those later on. Thank you for emphasizing the value of partnerships because it allows growth for institutions to pool both technical and financial resources and also to accelerate innovation, which is one of the thematic areas that we'll be discussing later. I think in the interest of time, we will not introduce the minister. She's well-known, beautiful, dynamic, a hard worker minister. I know her from Santa days. Let's usher in our minister over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm not sure about the beautiful part. Let's start with you, my brother, and myself. He always believed that my elder sister was more beautiful than I am. And I always said to me, bring her here, I will show her. Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for the City of Tshwane, Sis Nasib. Hey, I always get your name wrong, and you correct me. Let me start by apologizing really to the symposium that I'm not going to be able to stay. At 14 hours, I must be in a 3-line week in the National Assembly. So I have a pending flight for 11 o'clock. But for a change, I'm not apologizing for arriving late. I made you to start late, so I'm sure you'll accept my apology. MMC for Human Settlement, Councillor Maluleke, the Deputy Mayor, my brother who just filed a divorce on me just this morning. Leaders of government in all your different portfolios, but particularly the executive management of the City of Tshwane. Representatives from the private sector, DFIs, financial institutions that are here. We take strong reliance on academia as well, and research institutions to help us to shape the future of South Africa, particularly from the lens and length of human settlements. And all distinguished guests that are here, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Really, it is an honor and a privilege, and that's why I thought it's important for me to attend, even if it means I had to juggle around some of the important things that I have to do for this equally important symposium. So, forging partnerships as the mayor is looking at it for sustainable human settlement development is one of the key strategic thrusts that human settlement is trying to grapple with. We sit in our MINMEC, we are realizing now that we need to take a relook and really take a posture that moves away from PNG, whether we like it or not. And people who are in this room understand that this is a program that was introduced almost 30 years ago. It has had its wins, it has its losses, but we need to come sit today and beyond and say to ourselves, how do we reshape Tshwane? How do we accelerate? How do we take a look into transforming what is plastic free. You know, when they say there's fire and so on, I know people plastic free. And our response is always a fire kit, which is some zinc and a door and a window and whatever, which simply says, we are saying, go back where you were, so that your shack can burn again. So are they sitting at around 500 and something, 12 or 21, 502 informal settlement? That's just crazy. We take a retake in the city of Johannesburg, I think in the past 2 months, they were sitting at around 818 and they've moved to around 1,000 something. In total now we're sitting at about 4,222 informal settlements in South Africa. Our database needing for a house, at least at BNG level, is sitting at about 2.3 million. And we still need to zoom in there as we walk out of the BNG program. I seem to be the unlucky one who must now announce that government and the fiscus as a state, we can't afford the RDP house anymore. And that takes us into why it is important for us to really put our heads together. What were the sum of the losses of the 5 million that we produced as government, which was a good response? And if you picture anywhere else where you are coming from and you know RDPs and how they've been built, you can find 500 of them in a line, with no shop, with no complex, with nothing. The downside of it, we created a sea of poverty, with no chances of development, which is why it is important for us to put our heads together and talk about mixed development. And then go to areas where you have to put the BNG, but in a way that it is part of the overall of society. There are schools, there are health facilities, there are roads, there's infrastructure, there is planning. We're reviewing our white paper and we want to be putting this position clearly. We've gone back twice to cabinet and we're tweaking some of the few issues we hopefully will be going for inputs at the public level after the Gazette. But we require innovation. So for me, before even innovation can come, Executive Mayor, I would like to hear us as government streamlining our processes. It's one thing to call business people, but if we are not agile and responsive, they get frustrated with us in the room. And I think that's how they find themselves today. What do? Just an extension of a garage. Apply to the city of Tshwane. You just want nothing complicated. In your ordinary house, you just want to add a garage. Submit that plan to Zasbona. It can take you 2 years. And then you wonder, if there is this partnership that we want to really drive with a private sector that is chasing on development, how long will it take us to approve a complex? If we can't approve a garage. Some smaller yana, in less than 40 square meters of our PNG, we can't approve it in a week. So for me, the first thing we need to come out here clearly is how do we streamline our land. But 2 is how do we plan our land parcels. You know, even if you don't have the fiscus, just show us your terrain. Say, here is my land availability in Tshwane. Then, I think I'm going towards the agricultural line, and this is the type of investment I want. Here it's human settlement, or this is mixed development, including business and everything else, to create human settlement. If our thinking can be beyond being a Department of Housing, I think we have half won. A retake on how we deal with our beneficiaries. Well, I'm your cover, you know. Everywhere else, municipalities. The question comes to me, how come a 23-year-old has a house and a 70-year-old woman has no house? And that question comes to me in Parliament. I pass it over to Nasibi and she doesn't respond. And the 6 days, lapses. So I stand a chance of either being named and shamed in Parliament for never responding to questions, or I must take it up myself, send my team, look for that house, look for that person, look for the list. We need to talk about who planned for us. Our planners in our building unit
needs to be aligned to what we want to achieve. Well, I'm happy, I was happy, still I am happy when I saw the invite. But we are running a bit behind schedule. How I wish we had set up MMC with your team like this before you submitted your business plan. But I came with Messi as well. I'll go and rock the speaker and say, Speaker of Parliament, I love you so much, my sister. But can you allow me to withdraw the Tswana business plan? And I allow you a retake. Because if we don't, everybody who's in this room, whom we have called to engage with this morning, it will take us another financial year for us to put what we dream about, and it will be too long. So please make it. I don't want to talk about our budgets. You know very well, we've taken a 7 billion cut from both our grants, but I'm very much unhappy. Not too much with the city of Tshwane, but overall as the Minister of Human Settlement. There is something not right about us if we do not spend the urban settlement grant, which is meant to develop infrastructure in cities and villages. Now this is a loss, where you are calling me and say, no, look, we want to partner. You will rather be saying to me, we had a dream, we've put infrastructure and now we're struggling to cover us on top structures. We took money back. We took money back. That is why we're being punished by a cut. Because the cut comes as a basis of a baseline that we have now set for ourselves, informed by our performance in the previous financial year. The same with the informal settlement agreement. I do make the tankers. Don't take my money and utilizing them for tankers. And what do you call them? Chemical toilets. Yes, I'm tired of chemical toilet questions in Parliament. Because if you don't take the informal settlements out yourself, believe you me, nobody's going to do it. So your losses, political connections and everything else are still going to perpetuate. But let me get out of that mode. The MOU with the NFHC, I think it's important. If I were you in the retake, because we are first home financing here, I was going to be the first one in my business plan to go and fight for the lion's share in first home financing. Because coupled with it, at least it comes with a portion of infrastructure development. And it is easy to play between the conditions of the two grants of upgrading an NFHC to capacitate your land from an infrastructure point of view. That's a tip that I can share. But if we are targeting the households that we have put in the APP and we don't target them with the mixed-use development strategy that we are trying to achieve, we are not going to leverage, and we are strategically positioned as the city to make sure that you can grow. But also we need to ask ourselves, really, who owns the growth that at least we have established? And to be frank with ourselves, we don't. We have established less. At least in comparison to the city of Johannesburg, you can be able to see on their growth notes how they've gone. I know we're stuck in the partnership, and we're stuck because we have not put infrastructure. So there could be one business partner who will say, yeah, Minister, you signed the MOU, I put my part, and your city of Tshwane is still missing. I think we have to deal with that, so that they can also trust us. I think we're not liberating more on our DFIs, and I'm glad that they've been invited here. One of the easiest and quick wins for us, and business can help us to propel, is more on service standards. So if you are sitting with about 2.3 million who are all aspiring to have a PNG house, there's a gap market. If it does not belong to NFHC because it does not earn between 3,000 and 35,000, it means it's an unemployed young man or woman who possibly is sitting or staying in a backyard
and his home in Atteridgeville, and he no longer wants to be there, but he's not afforded any opportunity. So we need to drive informal settlement in a smart way, and that's the Brazil strategy, jointly in Azerbaijan, and I'm sure we've learned a lot jointly on how, at the end of it all, housing can no longer be free, except for the elderly, people with disabilities, and child-headed housing. If you go on Facebook today, I'm being bashed for being this one cruel woman who refused to fund a family, which is, yes, needy, but it's above the threshold of 3,500. So apparently the father is a forklift, and they say, Minister, you must build for him as well. So the take here is if you expand anything beyond 3,500, then it means you must be ready for over 50 million people to come into our database. We can't do that. But we equally can't say we can help the forklift who does not belong into a first home financing, who also does not qualify for a PNG house. So we need to create that. I don't want to talk about pie, but I know there is an interest, particularly in business people, who wants to protect their land. But I'm sure you have seen that we are already in the public space and domain to assist you and ourselves as government to protect your land, to protect your hard-earned income and your businesses and your spaces. But my challenge, as it was given by the president, is that one low-hanging fruit, which I think the city can capitalize on, all government buildings. Partner with business. Let's utilize the grant and let's revamp them and let's do an allocation. MEC has already started. We're handing over in Benoni. In the city center, we handed in Midrand. It's a rental stock. But we're learning also in the rental stock that our people don't want to perpetually rent. So that suggests we must come with a policy directive which says rent to buy. And then you generate more. We have tried to revamp Shera. I think they are collecting it about 80%. But I'm saying that's not really the answer. We are still perpetuating people not to have the dignity that the Constitution desires. So if you can give me 5 land parcels, let's see what we can jointly do. And maybe lastly, let me touch on blended financing and how we could be able to try and approach. We have a relationship with the BSA. They are not the only ones. I was accused somewhere to say, hey, you speak about one only. But we also have to take a real look into our policy. For example, I don't understand why we still do TRUs. So don't come with a disaster strategy to me, which still talks about TRUs. I want them out. I want emergency relief at the time of floods and fire and directly into a permanent. Even if we allocate IBTs, the threshold in terms of price is slightly higher, but the benefit is permanent and perpetual. So in a TRU, you still spend about 90, 100,000 just building something that you call temporary. But what is our review there? Some are as old as 15 years. Then I don't know whether immediately now, or temporary 2 years or 5 years, 8 years, then you go to Western Cape, they even have a 15-year-old TRU. So I think it needs a retake. And for me, those are readily available beneficiaries for blended financing. The only thing we need for the city is partnership in relation to formalization of wherever you put them. Because you can't put people in a transitional camp and you don't formalize the land, or you don't think about zoning on where you want them to go. So I'm hopeful that with all that we will deliberate on, we need to be directional to business to say we need your partnership here. They can also engage with you, say we've seen opportunities here and here. But our business plan must be directional. I know PNG is a quick win because you just get people who come and list, I need a free house. You know, somewhere even if they don't fit really the requirement, you're like, hey, we need to sort of deliver. At least let me try to do 500, and then you load people who belong to either first home finance or into a program that could assist us to at least house them appropriately. So to unlock additional investment, let's match the rent. We can't invite them and say, bring your money, we are bringing nothing. For mixed-use development, we need to. Some of our institutions are here, I can see them. The challenge I gave to CISOs, to SHRA, to PPRA, we are on a second round of discussion with National Treasury. Who's sitting with 11 billion? Is it SHRA or not SHRA? Those are me. Either CISOs is very minimal, but between NHBRC and the NFAC, there are two culprits. They are sitting with reserves. Reserves which, if we have parcels, National Treasury says, don't come here and complain and say you don't have money. They're actually sitting on top of money. NHBRC, register a building and keep the money. It generates interest, they do nothing about it. And they pay it back and they reinvest their interest and they do nothing. So if we have this ticket from National Treasury to say, okay, get fund managers from NHBRC and make sure that you maintain their liquidity. And some buildings, as you know much better than I do, when you register a building, they are not going to come back for their money at the same time. Some are a bit long, winded, some are short. So you need a fund manager who will say, you can build with this and as it comes. So I am saying, you are the first one after our discussion with National Treasury. Let's match the range of the people who are in the room and are interested in whatever that you do. If I have it, I'm not of help, I'm here and have in the parliament. Go and do any other business. But thank you very much. I do hope I'm seeing my HDA colleagues here, they are here as well, that at the end of it all, they were angry with me. I think it's getting better. Like sometime last week, I saw something young rising, but after it took a long time, I met them in November. They just could not put a plan on what are we going to do with the land parcels that we own as HDA. So I'm preaching the same gospel to them that I'm preaching to you now. So I can't say BRC must give us the money, and the PPRA, all the money of estate agents that they keep. And I don't throw it back into ring-fencing economic development and a catalyst through human settlement, then we wouldn't have won. I hope at least you are the first one to hear this amongst your colleagues, and you will be first one to reach the pace. Thank you very much.
Wow. We have heard you, Minister. Especially the best. Thank you very much for articulating the realities and the challenges that cities have on human settlements, which really encourage us to really collaborate with the private sector. While listening to you, you spoke about the regulatory and policy review, and especially streamlining of processes within municipalities, which normally chase investors away. Minister, I must indicate that last year we spent the SDG, so even this year we did very well. You promised us 140 million, and then it disappeared. Maybe we'll have a discussion later on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, at this point in time, I'm going to request our executive mayor. She was supposed to give us a strategic direction and share the vision of the city for sustainable human settlements, but we have to make those adjustments based on the request from her two colleagues. Over to you, Dr. Nasikimora. Yes, the mayor is coming. I remember MNC for human settlements last year when we reached the 98% threshold. He said, oh, for the first time, I am bold now to go to Minmax because historically, Swame has been understanding and we're an embarrassment. On that note, as proud
good spenders of the USDGs. Let me greet and honor the Minister, Minister Simelane, our MEC, Tasmin Modara, the Deputy Executive Mayor, MMCs, the councillors that are here, leaders of society in Tshwane. I want to greet the city manager and the various heads of entities, representatives of the city, provincial government, and national government. I want to particularly greet leaders of industry, strategic partners, the members of the media, and most importantly, the people of Tshwane, in which we're doing this on behalf. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. We have just been inspired by the minister. We must behave like inspired people. Minister, I want to take the advantage that you're still here with the MEC, that as the city of Tshwane, we are behind. And it is said, Minister, because this is the capital city of the Republic, anyone who wants to judge South Africa, this is the face, because this is where the head of our government sits. But when you have 502 informal settlements, I don't think we've done well in representing who we are as the people of South Africa. But Minister, we have not been sitting and doing absolutely nothing. The 502 informal settlements, Minister, increased during COVID. We had 220, which is still a lot. But during COVID, the regulations obviously ended us up with 502 informal settlements. But as you say, Minister, we're not going to sit and fold our arms and do absolutely nothing about it. We have a policy that we have devised as the city of Tshwane, the informal settlement management policy, where we've taken these 502 informal settlements and said this is where we draw the line. Alongside that, we have invested in land invasion within the TMPD department. And we said with these 502 informal settlements, there are 3 categories. The first category, we must upgrade where people are. We know there are services where they are. The category B and category C, they need to be relocated. And I think part of the conversation that we are having here today is about that. We have a blessing that we have not capitalized on as the city of Tshwane. When we go to these global platforms, we brag that we are the 3rd biggest city in the entire world in terms of landmass. But our people are not feeling that blessing, because it is a blessing that we have this natural resource, which is land, which is expensive for others, but we have it. And what we are saying as the leadership of Tshwane, this 3rd biggest city in the world must start working for its people. What we see as an asset must be felt by the people. And I think through this symposium, this is what we're trying to achieve. Minister, if you were around Tshwane in 2010 and you had an aerial view of the city of Tshwane, you get an aerial view of today, and you have an aerial view in the next 24 years. Tshwane is evolving. In 2010, the city had over 2 million residents. In 2026, we are over 4 million. By projections, we think we're going to reach 10 million by 2050. African cities are increasingly urbanizing, or Africa is increasingly urbanizing, that we know that 90% of our people will be in urban centers by 2050. And this conversation is silent because it's uncomfortable. But we imagined Tshwane in 2050, and that work won't start in 2050. That's the work that we need to start inspiring us to see how this Tshwane is going to look like. but it's the work behind it and who's going to do the work and how that work is going to be done that is going to be absolutely important. And so we want to thank each and every one of you for joining us today. Minister, MEC, I always say there's only one government in the Republic of South Africa. It comes in 3 spheres, but there's only one government led by the president. And when you are here, it is a confirmation to the partners that we're going to have and formulate the partnerships to formulate today, that this is a government program, this is not a City of Tshwane program. And it's because we need to start thinking about how we're going to deliver on the fortunes that are promised in the Constitution. And whatever we do, whether we focus on the economic growth, whether we focus on the infrastructure development, we will be measured by how each and every South African will feel the impact of government in their households. And that means we must give them those households first so they can feel it. So ladies and gentlemen, with those words, I want to once again welcome you to the capital city of South Africa. Tshwane carries the administrative heartbeat of our nation. It is a city where government, innovation, industry, education, and enterprise converge. It is a city whose future is deeply connected to the future of South Africa itself. Recently, Minister, we were, as you were saying, in Baku at the World Urban Forum, where cities across the world gathered to discuss the future of urban development. The experience was both inspiring and instructive. We saw cities investing boldly in housing, mobility, infrastructure, technology, and sustainability. We saw how cities facing many of the same pressures as Tshwane are embracing innovation and partnerships to improve the lives of their residents and strengthen their economies. But we also return with an important reflection. While Africa is one of the fastest urbanizing regions in the world, African cities were not as visible in these global conversations as they should have been. Yet the future of urbanization will be written largely on this continent. The pressures of population growth, housing demand, infrastructure provision, and economic inclusion are challenges that African cities are confronting every day. We cannot afford to be observers in conversations about the future of cities, nor can we rely solely on solutions developed elsewhere to address challenges that are uniquely our own. We must help shape the conversation. We must contribute to solutions, and we must demonstrate through action with what inclusive, sustainable, and people-centered urban development looks like in an African context. This is why today's symposium is very important, and I thank the MMC and the team for leading us in this process up until today. So it is not convening this discussion simple to reflect on challenges. We are convening it because we believe African cities must help define the future of urban development, and because we recognize that the solutions we develop here can contribute to a broader continental agenda. At its heart, this symposium is about people, places, and opportunities. It is about how we build a city where geography no longer determines destiny. A mother in Sokulumi begins her day before sunrise to travel 89 kilometers to get to the CBD. A young graduate in Winterfell searches for opportunities while remaining far from the economic centers of the city. It takes about 1.5 hours for someone to move from Winterfell to Centurion. For too many residents, where they live continues to shape what opportunities they can access and how fully they can participate in the economic and social life of our city. That is why human settlements matter. And this is why human settlements must be understood not only as a housing program, but as a central pillar of economic development. Through the Tshwane Economic Revitalization Strategy, we are working to attract investment, stimulate economic activity, support local enterprise, and position Tshwane for long-term growth. But economic growth alone is not the destination for us. The true measure of economic success is whether it improves the daily lives of our residents. Success is reflected when families spend less time commuting and more time together. It is reflected when young people can access opportunities closer to where they live. It is reflected when residents spend less of their income on transport and more on building secure and prosperous futures. Human settlements, ladies and gentlemen, sit at the center of that vision. If we are serious about economic revitalization, we must be equally serious about spatial transformation. Without reliable access to water, sanitation, roads, electricity, and sewer systems, no community can function sustainable, and no meaningful spatial transformation can take place. Reliable infrastructure changes the experience of everyday life. It determines whether water comes from a tap or a tanker, and we are happy that we have our own fleet minister. We don't rely on service providers to give this anymore. And by the way, Minister, we have informal settlements 7 that we've identified where we're going to give them water through boreholes and communal taps. We're going to give them prepaid meters. And all we are asking for our people is that they must lose this mentality that just because it comes from government, it must be free. As I was saying, reliable infrastructure changes the experience of everyday life. It determines whether water comes from a tap or a tanker, whether children are able to study under electric light, whether businesses can operate consistently, and whether residents can live with the certainty and dignity that should accompany access to basic services. I'm very happy that in the community of Winterveld, a major bulk infrastructure program is nearing completion, including a 20 megaliter reservoir and extensive water and sewer networks that will unlock future development opportunities across the region. When we went before the project started, we met a gentleman who's been staying in that community for 40 years, who was telling us he's never had an experience of a flushing toilet in his life. For many residents, these projects provide the prospect of reliable services, improved living conditions, and future development after years of waiting for infrastructure that many communities take for granted. Reticulation projects are also advancing in the communities of Haramboa, Zitobin, and Mamelodi, where more than 18,000 households are expected to benefit from these interventions. Behind that figure are families, ladies and gentlemen, who have waited for years for reliable services, parents seeking greater stability for their children, and communities looking for the basic infrastructure that allows people to live, work, and plan for the future with confidence. The city is also advancing the formalization of communities across Tswane. More than 60 informal settlements are currently in various stages of planning and formalization. Nearly 70,000 stands are being prepared through technical studies, township establishment processes, and infrastructure planning. While much of this work takes place away from public view, it is creating the conditions for future communities to emerge in places where residents can live with greater security, access opportunity more easily, and build stronger futures for their families. The city, and thank you to the MEC for Human Settlements, has also accelerated title deed delivery across Tswane. More than 1,700 title deeds have been issued during the current financial year in communities such as Mabobane, Winterveld, Haramboa, and New Terrace in Hammanskraal. When we talk about these numbers, ladies and gentlemen, we tend to forget that there are human beings behind them. Within these numbers are stories that remind us why this work matters. In New Terrace, we had Gogo Mumalo, who recently received formal ownership of the home she's lived in and cared for over many years. Gogo Mumalo is 90 years old. The benefits of having a title deed won't be enjoyed by her, but we can say after decades of uncertainty, she finally received confirmation that the place she calls home belongs to her and her family. For her, that title deed provides something many people take for granted: certainty and security. It confirms that the home she has cared for many years can now be passed on to future generations with security and pride. If you follow our history as this country, when these bobos, MEC, cry when they receive their title deeds is because it's deeper than just a piece of paper. For her family, it means that a lifetime of sacrifice and perseverance now rests on more stable ground. Moments like this are easy to capture in a statistic, but their real significance is felt around kitchen tables and within families. They provide security, they provide a sense of belonging, and they give people the confidence to plan for the future, knowing that the place they call home is truly their own. Our long-term vision as the city of Tshwane is centered on compact, connected, and integrated urban development that brings the residents closer to economic opportunity, reduces social and financial costs of distance, and supports more inclusive patterns of growth across the city. Well-located housing close to transport corridors, economic nodes, and amenities remain central to our vision. Attention is also being given to land release and development facilitation as critical levers of transformation. MMC Maluleka made the point that for him, if Waterkloof is using gardeners and maids, they can't use all their salaries commuting. Next to Waterkloof, there must be an affordable housing stock. Yeah. And that's what transformation is about. It is uncomfortable, that's what it's about. But we need to manage it. Strategically located land must be unlocked in a manner that supports mixed-use development, expands access to housing opportunities, and restructures the urban form of Tshwane. Regulatory reform remains equally important. An efficient, coordinated, and enabling development environment is essential if the city is to attract investment and accelerate delivery at the scale required. Achieving this vision will require partnership, and I'm so grateful that you are all here. I wish we could have just the names of the organizations that are here so that you know who we have in the room. And we appreciate that you trusted us with your money to come and listen to us. It's because, Minister, we believe that government cannot overcome decades of spatial exclusion on its own. We just don't have the money for it. The scale of the challenge demands collaboration between government, the private sector, infrastructure providers, financial institutions, researchers, development practitioners, and communities themselves. This symposium brings together many of the institutions and individuals whose decisions will shape the future of human settlements in Tshwane. Unlocking strategically located land, expanding affordable and mixed-use housing opportunities, investing in bulk infrastructure, and supporting integrated forms of development will require coordinated action across sectors. The city remains committed to creating an environment for investment and development through initiatives such as the informal settlement upgrading policy, the urban development framework, and the housing company Tshwane, which is our entity for low-cost housing. But as we respond to growing demand, we must recognize that the housing needs for Tshwane's residents are becoming increasingly diverse. A growing city cannot rely on a single housing model. We need social housing for lower income households. We need affordable rental accommodation for workers and young professionals. We need pathways to home ownership for emerging middle-class families. We need student accommodation around education and innovation hubs. And we need mixed-use developments that bring housing, economic activity, and public transport together in ways that reduce the burden of distance. The future of human settlements is therefore not simply about building more housing. It is about providing the right housing opportunities in the right locations for different people at different stages of their lives. The Nasipi that arrived here 10 years ago was looking for a different type of a flat, a one-bedroom flat. 10 years later, Nasipi requires something with a garden. Achieving this will require innovation. We don't take it for granted that the ideas must flow. It will require new financing models, new construction technologies, more efficient development processes, and stronger collaboration across sectors. This is why the partnership represented in this room is so important. Government cannot overcome this alone. For developers, the challenge is to help create more affordable, inclusive, and mixed income communities. For financial institutions, we're asking you to help us unlock financing solutions that expand access to housing opportunities. For infrastructure providers, we're asking you to help us build the enabling systems that make sustainable development possible. For researchers, innovators, and practitioners in the room, we're asking you to bring forward new ideas that help us deliver at greater scale, greater speed, and greater impact. The future of Tshwane's human settlements will be shaped not only by public policy, but by our collective willingness to innovate, collaborate, and act with agency. Ultimately, the success of our human settlements agenda, and indeed our economic revitalization efforts, will not be measured by plans approved, houses constructed, or kilometers of infrastructure installed. It will be measured by quality of life, whether families spend less time traveling and more time together, or whether young people can access opportunities closer to where they live, and if communities are safer, better connected, and more resilient, and whether economic growth translates into greater dignity, inclusion, and opportunity for all residents. That is the standard by which we should judge the outcomes of this symposium, and that is the future we must commit to build together. And in conclusion, that was a final, now in conclusion. In conclusion, I do want to thank you so much for being here. The conversation we're going to have here today, we are having it for the first time. If we make mistakes, please forgive us. But we could not ignore the discussion about the future of this city anymore. And so thank you so much for being here. And to the Minister and MEC, my beautiful sisters, thank you so much for being here.
And also to end, we request you to hand over the gift to the Minister, and the MMC will hand over the gift, a token of appreciation to our MEC. We know that they have to run. Minister and MEC.
Giving me a flower. Minister, it's good that for the rains, when you come to check us in plastic. Okay, to roll. Yes.
Yeah, principals, enjoy your gifts, but let's watch your relationships. Let's come back to make sure that our plans and ideas come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EM, for articulating our human settlements, demands, and realities, as well as a number of interventions that we are currently implementing as a city. So we're not in a planning mode. There are various interventions that we are involved in. We managed to catch on time. Now is the time for us to go for a coffee and tea break. I will request though that the speakers from the MNC and some of the panel members that may have been briefed to go to the first floor to the media room. There's going to be a media briefing session. The rest of the participants can have a tea break, but all of us, we must be here in the next 20 minutes to 11:15. Just hang on a bit. There's a slight change in the announcements. We hear that the media is still held up in the famous commission. So we'll skip that part. Let's go and break for tea and come back at 11:15, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you.
I
4 slides are out.
Good morning. The Minister and the MEC in absentia, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, MMC for Human Settlements Department, and all other MMCs that are here, the Section 79 committee members that are here, the developers and the investors, colleagues who are here, both from the national government, the provincial government, and the other issues, other municipalities that are here from Ikuleni and City of Joburg. I'm saying good morning. I'm requested by the team today to come and be able to, just to be able to confirm the investment certainty that the city is actually providing to the public partners who can be able to come and partner with us for us to be able to develop this particular city. What the city has done was that we know that we cannot be able to do this alone. So we have actually adopted an open policy where we are saying everyone who's actually having a solution will want to be able to help with those people. So in doing that, I want to share with you the problem statement that you are facing and the strategies that we have actually applied as the city in addressing those particular problem statements, but also to then be able to confirm to you to say, this is what the city is offering you as an investor. You can come and be able to help with us so that we can be able to build a sustainable city with a sustainable human settlements that can be able to stand the serious challenges that we are facing now, including the issue of climate change and the challenges that we are facing. At the macro level, the National Development Plan was very clear out of this particular process to say, yes, the city or as the country, we have not actually invested much in our bulk infrastructure point of view. And that is actually undermine our efforts to start undermining the space that has been created by the apartheid. And going forward, it was actually very clear that we need to be able to ensure that our spatial development frameworks, our metropolitan spatial development frameworks are starting to dictate the investment in the areas where we actually identify the potential for the growth. And I think this is in line with what has been said since from the morning by the leadership. While we have actually done well in terms of the provision of housing since 1994, but the progress is not actually visible on the ground, precisely because of the challenges in terms of the backlog, the issues in terms of the urbanization that is very rapid. So we have not actually been able to be done. For instance, in the city of Tshwane, we have actually provided more than 100,000 housing opportunities. But the challenge is still visible. You still have two cities that are sitting in one city. When you drive towards the east, we start within a kind of a sustainable developed area. But when you go towards the north, you see poverty in that particular area. So with that, and with the rapid urbanization, they started to be able to make a lot of difficulties for all of us here in terms of the approach going forward. I think that's at the macro level, and I'm just using the city of Tshwane as the metaphor, but it's what has been experienced by the city of Joburg. It wasn't being experienced by the Ekurhuleni and any other municipality. And with us being the capital city and the second city, from the SADC areas, with the challenges that are happening at the upstream at SADC, all those people that are actually looking for opportunities, they find refuge in the city of Tshwane. It's either they come here, they sit in informal settlements, and with the city of Tshwane, you know, we have a good railway infrastructure, we have a good transport, so they are able to be able to come and be able to find refuge here. Hence, you see that since 2021 to date, we've actually moved from 210 informal settlements to 502 formal settlements. So that's the real challenge. I'm talking that from the SADC point of view, notwithstanding that there are also those who are coming from different rural areas
to say the views that we always be able to say, if I move towards the urban areas, I'll be able to get opportunities. And most of them, they find refugee here. Hence, we are talking more than 4 million residents now that we must be able to plan for them in terms of going forward. So these are the barriers that have been identified. And even from the investors' point of view and different sectors, they will always be able to say it's very difficult for us to come and be able to invest in your area precisely because there's a continuous land invasion. And as an investor, when I invest in your area, I need certainty, I need order, I need safety, I need security so that my asset, even if I'm sleeping, I know that my asset is actually protected.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's unusual of me to do this. The minister is very stressed. There's another car again. The registration is NF50FEGT. It's a black SUV. It looks like a Maserati. So whoever is buying that car, it's really creating unnecessary prices. It's a black Maserati look-alike. But it's NF. NF50F. Please speak out quietly and remove the card.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that we were just talking about one area's legislation, which is the issue in terms of the control of development. Then the next part is the issue in terms of the long regulatory approval process. I mean, if you are coming now as an investor, you are saying to us, we want to be able to, we have 580 hectares of land, we want to develop more than 40,000 units. But we need to be able to partner with you. You don't expect us to say there's section 217 of the Constitution, where you need to then be able to go through a competitive and transparent process in terms of doing that. You want us to sign the deal so that we can be able to deliver. Then the other part is the issue in terms of the level of the bank infrastructure capacity in some parts of the city. In terms of our approach from the metropolitan point of view, our investment was actually headed towards the east. And in that east area is what we have the region 6, region 5, and region 7. And it's an area that we are now starting to struggle in terms of the bank. From the both water, sewer, and electricity. So we need to be able to invest much in terms of that. And the other part is in terms of the issue in terms of the overload of the infrastructure. Because if you don't create enough capacity from the bank point of view, the current one are starting to suffer. Obviously, there are challenges in terms of theft, vandalism of municipal infrastructure, and we also have the issues in terms of the continuous maintenance of the infrastructure. One area that we are also struggling now, and which is because of what is happening at the macro level, our economy is not necessarily producing much from the employment point of view. And we start to have a high level of unemployment, and that started to affect us because those people, when they are unemployed, from when they are retrenched from the manufacturing sector or any other sector, when they come to us, they sit on what we call the indigent register. And they start to be able to affect our capacity in terms of collecting the revenue. So those are the areas that we know that at the macro level, we have identified these areas, and we have that plan in terms of how we address them in terms of going forward. So in terms of water sanitation, if you look there, the bigger part of the water that we are getting from the city is from rainwater. But we have capacity there, if you look in terms of the COD treatment plants, we have 40%. That's where we are using our groundwater. And for that 14% is determined by the capacity of the water treatment plant that we are actually having. So the potential there is that we want to be able to expand that. We want to expand our reflated water treatment plant, our loaded plant water treatment plant, so that we can be able to get much more of the capacity out of that. As it is now, the rainwater said to us, we are busy with the Lesotho Highlands, and that Lesotho Highlands will actually be completed in 2030. So we don't want you to be able to have any application to our infrastructure, or any application in terms of the new infrastructure. So now the city wants to be able to invest much of the investment in that particular component of 14% to increase it, so that we can start to fund the development going forward. And then you have the component that the executive mayor already spoke to, where we are having 4% of the goal. We are now making a decision to say we need to be able to expand that, especially in areas that we are currently effectually approved as part of the upgrading of informal settlements, so that they can be able to get that. So that is at the level of the water and the approach in terms of going forward. And then this is in terms of the capacity with regard to our water treatment plants, to say what kind of capacity that we are having in terms of actually going forward. You can see that we have capacity to be able to grow this particular water treatment plant, starting from the replay, water plant, Temba, and Congo Spring. And if we are able to invest much here, it means the development potential that I've actually talked to this will actually be able to be realized. And this is in terms of the requirements as far as the fund is concerned. What we did currently, we are busy with what we call the budget facility application from the national treasury. And this is what we're actually looking for. We are saying to those people that would want to invest in terms of the development in the city, to say we want to be able to raise this amount, which is 6.825 billion, for us to be able to develop this particular wastewater treatment plants, for us to be able to proceed with the development. If you see the areas like your river, which has been on the news for far too long, the issue of various wastewater treatment plants, and all of them, they will be able to contribute to the development which I'm talking to, which is moving towards the east. And this is in terms of the investment as far as the housing development areas are concerned. The national government has actually promulgated an act to be able to declare some of the areas as the housing development areas. And with us in the city, we have 6 areas. If you talk to your city center, we talk to your Amansral area, we talk to your Mamelodi and Mabias area, and the area towards the south, which is Polygon Bosch, and the area towards the Social Guve and Ekandan. So we are saying for us to be able to invest and unlock the development in that area, we are looking for those 6.5 billion, which we are saying to the developers who want to be able to partner with us, to then invest with us in terms of this particular development. Then in terms of the electricity, the bigger part of the city is actually under our license area. It's only the northern part, which is your Amansval area, your Mopane and Arambu, that is actually sitting within ESCOM. So we need to be able to make sure that we invest much in terms of the infestation for us to be able to unlock the development within the city side, and obviously working in partnership with ESCOM. So in terms of the capacity, if you look at it, we are currently sitting on 85% against 100%, but you can see that in the areas which are much more of interest, especially the eastern side, we are currently sitting around 730 to 750 MVA. So we need to be able to invest much in terms of unlocking that, because if we don't finalize that, the development of the Moy-Proof, mega human settlement projects, and the other capital projects that are actually required in the eastern side, they will actually be able to suffer in terms of the development. So the areas of concern now, like I said, in the eastern side, we need to be able to make sure that that very yes is actually up and running. What we did now, we have actually already finalized the process. It's currently on the advert from the procurement point of view, so that it can be able to relieve in Yanga. And if it relieve in Yanga, then the development in that area will actually be able to proceed. We are also busy with Buffett. Buffett, we are currently increasing the capacity so that we can be able to unlock the development in that particular area. Already investment has been made here in terms of both the USDG and the ICPG. And we are saying the next 3 years they should actually be delivered. So we are saying to you, you can come and be able to invest to us any other housing development, because this will actually have done. So I've already spoken to this, the issue of upgrading of Buffett. We should then be able to reach the supply of 100 MVA, and I think we've also talked about the Verde BS, which is also going to be able to assist in terms of giving the 250 MVA. And then this, in terms of the challenges that we are having from the Rose point of view, and we have been conservative here. We are saying all that backlog can actually be taken by as a 8 million per kilometer. But we know that from the industry side, now we are moving around 11 to 12 million per kilometer. So the backlog now in terms of the roads, in terms of these areas, we are sitting around 15.5 billion. As part of, for us to be able to get the roads, the internal roads, and also the issue of the stormwater in this particular area so that we can be able to build the city or the human settlement areas that can be able to be resilient, especially with the recent flooding that are coming from the issue of the climate change. And then in terms of the state of the landfill site, we are currently having 4 landfill sites that are actually operating. We have the others that have currently been closed, which has been your Onderspoort, Kwaasrand, Garsdorp, and Temple landfill site. The team is currently working on an RFQ process to see what can we be able to get out of this particular landfill site. Moving from the point of view that the waste can actually be the contributor to the economy. I mean, there's been a guy who's been saying there's a wealth in waste, so we are actually working on that. For instance, there's the current, in terms of the current technology, we can be able to get much more of the energy out of this particular landfill site. So those who are interested, when the RFQ comes, I think you'll then be able to need people to participate here. So the only area that I left, if you can see for around Goa, we have only the lifespan that is left is for 5 years, and for either is 10 years, and then for Sushanguve is 8 years. So we are forced now to be able to think outside the box. Because the other challenge that we are facing is that we don't actually have much more of the land that can be able to utilize that. So we need to be able to tap the current for the industrial revolution to help us to be able to come and deal with this, for us to be able to have sustainable human settlement. So it's on this basis that we are saying those that are interested must actually be able to participate here, so that we can be able to tap to the economy, especially in those landfills that are currently used. So within all this context, this is our budget that is recently approved by the council. And I think the executive mayor has already spoken about the issue of us being the third largest city in the world. You can see that in terms of the capital budget, we are sitting just next to 3 billion. And the bigger part of the fund is going to the maintenance budget. And we are the third largest city in the world. What we are saying, we need to increase much of the capital budget, because all those infrastructure must come from the capital budget, and definitely we cannot be able to do it alone. That's why we are actually inviting you, so that ultimately we can move to at least 10 to 13 billion for financial aid, for us to be able to do that. It's not only about the creation of the new assets, but also the refurbishment of the current one, the upgrading of it to be able to cope with the demand. And within that context, this is the backlog as far as the human settlement is concerned. We have already spoken about the 502 informal settlements, and the backyard units you can see there, the demand housing, the demand housing is registered. We still have more than 200,000 who are still there, and also the older stuff. The current vocabulary doesn't allow us to be able to be talking about hostels. Hostels were the integral part of the previous government, which we should eventually transform, but we are still sitting with this particular background. So it is within that context that the city also approved what we refer to as Swahili Economic Revitalization Strategy. And in line with this particular strategy, those are the key areas that have been identified for us to be able to run. Start from the agro-processing. When you talk agro-processing, you talk region 5, region 7. You need backwater there for you to be able to deal with these particular areas. You talk about the digital economy and the knowledge. You talk about the construction of the built environment, which we are talking here. To say out of this particular symposium, how can we use this sector for us to be able to contribute to this particular vision? We also need to be able to tap to the township economy. And when we tap there must be able to be confirmation to the principles of the rule of law and also the development in terms of going forward. I think it's very clear that we should see, because I see the chairman, the program is behind me. So within that, these are the projects that are now available. Already we have now moving towards the appointment of the process of the application for budget facility process from National Treasury. And if we then be able to upgrade all this particular water treatment plant, we get this million. Then the development towards the east and the development for the other areas, even towards the north, is now guaranteed. If the river is actually completed, you know that the people of Amasba will then be able to get the sustainable water and sustainable sanitation. And over and above that, these are there from the electricity point of view, for instance, but all these areas, they need us to be able to invest on them to ensure that the current demand we meet it and also the future generation is actually going to get this particular thing. Then what do we do? What do we offer to you as the developers, the investors, and why it's important for you to be able to give it, for us to be able to give you this particular opportunities. And these are the high value development opportunities that are available, which we are now going to be able to present to you, to say you can be able to come and partner with us for us to be able to ensure that we have the sustainable human settlement that is actually going to be able to contribute to the sustainable seed. The issue in terms of the land and property release, we've taken a decision to release some of the properties for us to be able to partner on that. And those properties are also including the mixed residential developments, the issue in terms of regenerating the city, the inner city, which is the bed building approach, the issue in terms of the student accommodation, and finally, the hostel redevelopment and the integration. These are the properties that currently we refer to them as phase one. They are on the pipeline. They are being advertised for all of you to be able to take advantage of them. That's where we want you to be able to partnership. The intention is to be able to get the mixed-use residential development, including where it's possible the issue of commercial, social, and residential and industrial. So these are all the properties that I actually mentioned. And these are the properties that are currently sitting in the city, which are falling within the bell building. We have already started the preparation. You know Marazadek, we just went court. We have told the eviction order we have won there. We are now evicting and relocating those people to the other areas so that this land can actually be able to be used for the development. And Maravasta precinct, we have seen how the city is working in terms of the enforcement of the bylaw and the demolition of all the properties that are not actually in line with this, and the issue of the housing 22 precinct center, which can actually be utilized for the student accommodation. So the approach is to then be able to agree in terms of the long-term lease, and that long-term lease will be able to assist in terms of make sure that all these properties become productive to the city, but also assist the private sector to be able to assist in terms of contributing to the development of the city. So these are just the same properties. I just want to indicate the way they are from the picture's point of view. You can see that is the area of the showground, the main areas. These are the properties that are there for us for the development. You can see that very clear your Caribbean Stadium. We want to do the development there so that ultimately we can be able to sustain the issue of the sustainable human settlement. And then these are the properties that we have now taken, which are also going to the market for the mixed residential development. We have here the park, that's the board, extension 8, which is currently sitting in region 5 along Sivalo Mahaduru. Because the intention is to unlock the potential in that area linking both region 2 to region 5. You know that in region 5 we have in the mine there, so we want to be able to make sure that that development there, the mine is will be able to have the potential development in that area. We have here at Niman Park is sitting along Storm Fuel, which is very busy area just next to the East Lane. We have just acquired the area in Rima Park Extension 6, which is sitting close to Bronco Spring, because it's key that we also develop that area for the people around the Bronco Spring area. We have here the Matthias Villas, which is sitting along Pretoria East, along N4. Here we had a development agreement with the province. Unfortunately, it didn't go well, but we are coming back to be able to look for the development. Then we are having the Chantel Extension 8, which is sitting in Pretoria North East and Region 1. And I think here we just indicate those particular areas for you to be able to know that you can be able to participate. We'll be able to go in to the market for you to be able to give us the proposal for this. I think you can see it's already, some of them already have got the approval. We just need you to be able to come and be able to participate with us. I'll just go straight. I think that I just indicated that because I've already spoken to them. So when we finish that, we are now having the issue of bed building. I've already spoken to that. is indicated there. You are BP Phillips, you are Melchizedek. All of them you are also going to be able to make for you to be able to come and contribute and ensure that. And ultimately, we want to be able to ensure that we achieve the affordable and inclusionary housing opportunities, social housing, and student accommodation. I think that's indicated Melchizedek. I've already spoken to that. It's House 22. These are Nelson Mandela development corridors. And then we have West Capital. Already here we have finalized with the developer. I think the procedure we are just able to demonstrate it to you so that you can understand that the development is from the prison point of view and is actually integrated. And this is also the continuation of the affordable rental. These are kind of the stock that we are currently owning, and we have just recently transferred it to housing. So the company, they are busy with the repackaging of this, which will go outside so that we can be able to come and take advantage there. You can see that in terms of the units, we are talking more than 2,000 units, which we are seeing out of this we can be able to partner with the developers. This is the potential for the student accommodation. We are also making it available. All these facilities are actually close to inside the CBD, just close to the Union Building, and also close to Steve Biko Hospital. So we are seeing out of this, we can take advantage for student accommodation. This is the student accommodation we continue. These are the areas that are identified for the student accommodation. Is sitting along the Skinner Road, the Skinner Street, which we are intending also to make it available for the student accommodation. Yeah, these are the student accommodation. We are also having them in social movement. With the intention is to then be able to support the TUG social movement campus so that we can be able to have a sustainable student accommodation in that particular area. And then we have actually approved the urban development framework for the redevelopment of hostels, which is the Mamelodi hostels and the Sosville hostel. Already this is the land splitting it and the intention from our side. And these are the mixed-use development that we want to be able to obtain from it. And these are the units that we want to be able to get from there. We are still considering of those that will not be able to afford for the low-cost houses. But the key, like the minister said, we also want to consider from the fleet, from the bond, and also from the part of the residential of the CRB. And the same applies to Sourceville. That's the approach in terms of control. So what do we say? How do we then do it different? Because you are saying to us, you will just show all these things, you will just show all of this, but when we come, it will actually take us through a long process. So what the city is saying currently says, we are ready to start to be able to be innovative in terms of utilizing what we refer as the unsolicited bid in the MFMA. So if you give us a very sound and impactful proposed development proposal, we are definitely want to be able to say yes, this can actually be within that particular context, and we can be able to move. The second part is what we have reversed the land release program, which we partnered through the land development agreement, long-term lease, and the triple P. So if you come with the proposal is falling within that particular context, we'll definitely be able to agree on that one. And we have what we call the STRIC, which is the Strategic Investment Committee. It's chaired by the city manager, and its intention is to make sure that all the projects that have been declared as strategic urban development are actually attended quickly from the planning point of view in terms of the land use management bylaw. And we make sure that those particular projects are actually not subjected to long bureaucratic process. We are also ready to be able to support any one of you to apply for budget facility for infrastructure, which is an application above 1 billion and above from the national treasury. Different people can be able to do that. We are talking about the potential incentives, which is going to be your property rate and reprieve. We are saying we can be able to take the opportunity from there. And then we confirm to you that we have what we call the Integrated By-Law Enforcement Center, which will ensure that there's a law and order, there's nothing in terms of illegal, and I think this operation is strong in operation. And we are saying we'll also be able to ensure that we're investing in the bank infrastructure and the maintenance of infrastructure. And we also be able to say we have enough market, like China had If you come to invest to us, we have more than 4 million population and a young population who can be able to economically participate in your projects and development. We have enough universities and research centers and a strong financial position and a stable leadership. I think from our side, we had a blueprint to start to operate within the current development of the coalition politics. And I think the leadership here visually demonstrated that. So we are confident that going forward, we'll then be able to ensure that we do well. And we also have a strong credit control policy with pragmatic implementation and strong land use management bylaw, which focus on the forward planning and the development control, including the prevention of the property and land invasion. So out of this particular bylaw, already we have approved the informal settlement management policy. We are financing the affordable rental strategies, which are going to assist in the development. Thank you very much.
The balance.
I know. No,
Yeah.
keep one for me, please.
Is high authority. But I feared backlash from the invitees because this is the most interesting thing. And as such, I will request
can bring your cable, I
make
can
a
charge for you.
presentation
Bring your cable.
updated. In fact, I think it's in your text, but if you need more information,
charge for you.
this is a very important milestone for us as a city. We'll be having an infrastructure investment committee soon, driven by our political leadership, and we hope the same participation will be there. Thank you very much. You try your level best. No issue. Tata, please, can you come and present what are we doing? And please tell them that you are chasing people now to approve. We don't want these developments to be delayed at all.
Still morning. Good morning, Richie. Point.
He's protesting because I know he wanted to speak more.
So, protocol observed, but let me honor the executive mayor, the mayoral committee, members of the ExCo, distinguished guests, and so I know everyone has been waiting for the presentation on regulatory reforms as well as what we do from development facilitation. So, in essence, we are the heartbeat of the city because if it comes to revenue generation, it all starts with land development applications. And from land development applications, which is legislated, which I'll get into in the next slides, we then have infrastructure, which is public infrastructure. But one of the new reforms that we see now is that we are now more open to private infrastructure services, which I will talk to a bit later. So these three components, including building plans, are what unlocks development in the city. Once you have your land development application in, it cannot go alone. We need bulk infrastructure to enable that land development because we do not want to be creating developments that are there without infrastructure because it's all about quality of life. As the previous speakers have said, quality of life is quite essential. That's why there's a need for public infrastructure. And then these are the outcomes. Then we are able to have increased property rates. We are then able to have then properties gaining value, metered services, that is revenue that is coming into the city. Then we have job opportunities, and with all of these things, the whole intention is to be able to attract investment into the city. But all of this hinges on legislative framework. We know the Constitution is the highest form of legislation. Right there, municipal planning starts finding its path. And development facilitation hinges on municipal planning. So all that we do from a development facilitation point of view is within the prescripts of the law. Following that, the Systems Act says all municipal planning needs to be developmental. So whatever that we do, the intention is for us to be developmental and meet the needs of our communities, be able to attract investment, because we cannot only meet the needs of our communities without investment coming in. So usually the challenge is that with priority of how we allocate budgets, right? If we were to prioritize our budgeting in a way that enables and attracts investment, we'll be able to meet our developmental mandate, we'll be able to meet our social mandate and be able to provide social infrastructure. So I'm advocating for private partnerships so that we are able to meet our mandate. Then followed there, municipal planning now starts being defined within the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, SPLUMA as we know it, the notorious SPLUMA. But SPLUMA provides us with great opportunities, which I'll touch on at a later stage. Within SPLUMA, it outlines, there's a chapter about spatial development frameworks, and the whole intention of spatial development frameworks is to guide development. So our colleagues at Spatial Planning, they set out the MSDF as well as the regionalized spatial development frameworks to direct where development is going. The intention is to have spatial targeting. This is priority areas to say, if we invest in these areas in this way, we'll be able then to unlock development, or rather revenue into the city, and even unlock development that will bring that revenue to the city. Then there are development principles, norms and standards, and then comes the notorious land use scheme, which is a record of all uses within the city. But then the land use management bylaw, this one sets out the procedures that we are talking about, that they seem to be so elongated. But when you look at this in a full picture, how you use your spatial development frameworks, as well as your localized development frameworks, and even precinct plans, you can be able to come up with a tool that enables you to short-circuit the process. It's all about then how we do it. So as developers of large-scale developments, which I'll get to in my last slide, if you were to focus on your development area, that 500 hectares of land, you do your studies there, you focus on all the infrastructure that is required, and then you start outlining the type of land uses that you want there, then it opens up an opportunity for a sheltered land development application. But all of this, as we know, we are highly regulated. It will still need to go through the system to be approved by council. The link between land development and engineering services, as I mentioned, is you cannot have land development without infrastructure. One cannot go without the other, because if you just have people settling there, it becomes an informal settlement. In order to unlock the opportunities and the quality of life, you need that infrastructure. And what the RSDF, as well as the bylaw, says is that where there's no infrastructure capacity, we cannot approve applications. Because, as I say, not that we are police, but it's all about quality of life. Because we want to put people there, the end user, if they do not have the infrastructure, what use was it for us to put them there? So the two cannot be separated. So as you do your land development application, one of the things that we focus on is the bulk infrastructure. But there are all other alternatives, therefore, where SPLUMA in Section 49, as well as the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Amendment Act, provide an opportunity to developers to fund the bulk infrastructure. Through engineering service agreements and how they get crafted, you can use your development charges instead of paying them into the city to unlock and install the bulk infrastructure, right? In lieu of your development charges, and there's a way of offsetting that, which is a discussion for another day. And then there's also Section 21 within the Land Use Management Bylaw that makes proviso for you to install your private engineering services. But there's a big risk there, engineers will tell you. You put together your package plan today, if it is not well maintained, it creates issues for us. because the end user will come and say, I bought into that development. Now there are no services. When I flush, everything comes back. There's a bad smell because the developer is out now. But who is responsible? It's the city. So legislation is meant to protect us as a city, but to enable you as well. So there is a proviso on how that can be done in the engineering service agreements. And we say we want a 10-year guarantee of maintenance, a plan. And thereafter, after the 10 years, is there a plan to then plug into the municipal infrastructure? Because failure to do so, we are literally going to run into serious challenges. And we know that most developers, when they get into sectional scheme developments, they put in a private company to manage the development. But then if the money to maintain that infrastructure is gone within that NPC, it becomes the problem of the municipality. That's where the risk is. All right, let me then move to the land development application process. I know this is very cumbersome, right? But I want to advise developers, use the opportunity that is now in the new bylaw to consult with engineering service departments. We call it a pre-consultation before you submit your land development application. This is where you'll be able to determine whether there is capacity. If there's no capacity, what means are they for you to be able to provide the infrastructure if you're going to do it? And a whole lot of work should be done there. We all know about the metaphor of if you want to cut a tree quicker, spend more time sharpening the axe. So for me, the work gets done there at pre-consultation. Rather have the to and fro at that stage. Put it together, conceptualize your development, make sure that it's easy that when you come, you'll be able to run through this cumbersome process. Because when you have your service reports that are so detailed and you submit your application, trust me, your application could be in and out of the system within 12 months. So we usually have a challenge where it is made as if the municipality is unresponsive because of the quality of applications. But if you spend time right there at the beginning, you'll be able to rush through this land development process. This just outlines how everything falls into sequence. And then the opportunities, Rechico has already spoken about the Strategic Investment Committee. That's the committee that is chaired by the city manager, or if it's not available, the GSO is the one who chairs it. Multidisciplinary at a high level. The whole intention is to look at strategic developments and fast track them through the process. That we put our heads together and say, with these challenges, how do we resolve them? So that's what happens within the Strategic Investment Committee. It's threefold: to determine investment readiness of the project, and they evaluate the development, because we cannot take all developments, right? You will see my next slide regarding strategic developments, there's a criteria. And then it is important for STRIG then to oversee the implementation of that development. So where I sit, from development facilitation, I'm responsible for the strategic urban developments, there's 17 of them, but there's a criteria to qualify. Not every development qualifies. There's a criteria that we look at, and it is threefold. We look at the spatial criteria of the development. Where is it located? What impact is it going to have? What type of development is it? We do not just, and as well as the extent. Our biggest SUD is about almost 3,000 hectares, and this is a multi-year type of development. We look at the economic criteria. This is where we look at the job opportunities, where we look at the capital investment that will go into the development, and what is the developer's contribution in that, and what type of financial modeling are they looking at in preparing and packaging this development, and how it will be implemented. Then we look at the social criteria, number of units, particularly for human settlement projects. So usually, in the past, we would usually prioritize, so the whole engagement is about mixed-use developments, right? And that's what we want to see, so that people are not in dormitories. but it was typically your industrial type of developments that were at the forefront. But recently we've adopted a number of human settlement focused type of developments. But even with those, we say let it be integrated. There should be some social and economic opportunities within those developments. So these are the currently adopted strategic urban developments, 17 of them. There's 2 in Region 1, there's in Region 2 there's a couple, and the ones that I've highlighted are the ones that have some form of human settlement element in them, because they're predominantly human settlement of nature, excuse me. And that's where the Thorn Tree Mega Development is. We have the notorious Moe Grove development, and with all of these developments, what we do, our role, is to fast track the land development process, but then have engagements with our engineering service departments, which is the COO's cluster, on where there are infrastructure backlog challenges, and then how do we intentionally then try through different funding opportunities of DFIs, how do we then make opportunities available to these developers in order to unlock bulk infrastructure. We're currently dealing with one developer where we go into the BFI, as Red Chief was saying, to say, okay, the developer, now this is where we look at what, as a developer, you are able to bring, because also your reputation is quite critical for us. So that we know that when we adopt that development, we know that we will be able to see it through. Then the developer will say, okay, over this number of years, this will be my development charges. The value of it, which is the capital investment, could be about 900 million or $1 billion. But in order to unlock infrastructure, we don't say the infrastructure must only be unlocked for that specific development. It must look at the entire node, the bigger area, so that we know when you go to BFI, they will say this is a private development, what does it want here? So the city needs to be a partner in it. And what the city does then says, okay, what are you gonna unlock around you? Looking at the spatial development framework, densities and what we say is gonna happen in that area, the infrastructure that we're gonna unlock should be able to then enable development around. That's what we look at. So these are the opportunities as I close. As I mentioned, what Spluma offers us in section 21, where it speaks about municipal spatial development frameworks. The subsection K speaks about designating, here I know I only mentioned L, I've forgotten K. Municipalities have an opportunity to designate an area. This is reserved where incremental upgrading of informal settlements can happen, and the municipality dictates how that happens. But then it will then need to be integrated into the spatial development framework. It cannot stand on its own because it needs to align to MSDF. And then section 21L also provides an opportunity to you as a developer, as I said, if you do your studies, so with SUDs, when I evaluate, I give you a template of a profiling report. That means you want to do a lot of work preparing your studies, your feasibilities, so that we know that your development is viable for us to support through the land development process. So with that on its own, you can be able then to say, look, we want to delineate our development area, right? And designate it for a shortened land development process. But we will require of you, because public participation needs to happen, that we'll go through a vigorous public participation process. Where provincial roads are concerned, let's go and engage Gautrans. Align with the plans. Gautrans, there's the Gasfontein Road, and this is where our development is located. In the next coming years, we foresee us developing in this way. Can we partner with you in a way where we do the designs? Because developers are good at that. Let's be honest. They do the feasibility studies, they prepare all of those things. Our opportunity as government is to say you have feasibility studies, you've done all your preparation, let us then align and use your feasibility studies in order to get the project bankable. I know the DFIs will speak about bankability. And then that's where opportunities lie with the designating of area, and then we can say shorten the development processes. Then the private engineering services, as I mentioned, or you using your development charges to install the infrastructure instead of it coming into the city's corpus, and then we offset it against your future development within that area. And then as well as the Strategic Investment Committee for us to be able to assist with the fast tracking of development, but that meets that particular criteria. And then we also have the city's developers property development forum. It meets quarterly. It's open to all developers. That's where we are able to hash out any issues with regards to development. We go back, we try to refine, and we give feedback. And that is all from us. Thank you.
And I must say, it's very dynamic. In a recent engagement that we had, you recommended my business unit for putting in a clause that is not palatable to a developer. And we had to review that clause and have a nice way of putting it. Thank you very much, Silo, as well as Tata. I think this was a very important part of the presentation because it's showcasing the opportunities that we have and the offering that we're providing as a city. Now I'm going to hand over to a facilitator who's going to facilitate a panel discussion. As we said, that in these partnerships, we want to leverage financial and technical support. We have a number of institutions from National Housing Finance Corporation. Please, can you come, representatives from these institutions, from Gauteng Partnership Fund, from the DBSA, from Infrastructure Finance Support Agency, and Property Charter, and especially in public-private partnerships, which we are keen in exploring as a city, as well as the academia. We have Professor of Architecture that is going to join the panel. I'm handing over to you the rights, and I'll take over later on. Thanks.
Thank you, COO, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I'm glad someone just before me said all protocol observed, which means I can move on to the business of this session. My name is Miriam van Donk. I represent an NGO, Isandla Institute. We are an NGO working on making cities perform better, be more inclusive, more democratic. And we've got a particular interest in human settlements and urban governance. Have done a lot of work on affordable housing, neighborhood development, which is the terminology we use when we talk about informal settlement upgrading, as well as alternative building technologies. Now, I've been given the unenviable task to be moderating or chairing the session for the next 2 hours or so. And I'm not saying I'm enviable in an ungrateful manner. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. But as you have heard from this morning, and as you can imagine from the 6 contributions that we will have shortly, there's going to be a lot to be shared with you, and I have been given strict instructions to manage time. Fortunately, our speakers are all very disciplined comrades and colleagues. I know they have practiced for weeks in front of the mirror to hone their messages and just stick to the 15 minutes that's been given to them. They know that if they have 12 slides, they can talk about a minute per slide. If they have more, it is the 20-second rule. But what I'm going to ask them really is to focus on the offering. And let's skip the niceties. I'm hoping that the presentations can be made available, just like the morning presentations are, so that people have access to what else you have to offer and who you are. So with that said, we've heard a lot this morning, and I'm very encouraged about not just good intentions, but really about implementation, action, partnerships, impact. And of course, funding and financing is a key aspect and a key requirement of making that happen. So in this session, we will hear about funding opportunities, the importance of partnership, the role of innovation in addressing the growing affordability gap and advancing affordable housing at scale. We will hear from the public sector, the development bank, private sector agencies and academia. We will hear about financing arrangements, successful implementation of projects, and of course the critical issue of integrating climate resilience into human settlements development and housing, particularly affordable housing provision. And as such, this promises to be a very informative and exciting session. So fortunately our speakers have joined or are joining. Let me just formally welcome Ms. Lindiwe Kwele, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Gauteng Partnership Fund, who will be our first speaker. After Lindiwe, just in the interest of time, I'm going to present some speakers now and then we'll move to the next session. She will be followed by Ms. Solofelo Ramotsewa, who is the Executive Manager Lending at the National Housing Finance Corporation. And she will in turn be followed by Dr. Isaveni Ngobeni, who is over there, sorry, I missed you, who's the Head of Strategic Partnerships and Origination, Infrastructure Finance and Implementation Support Agency, also known as IFISA, at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. After those three presentations, I'm going to ask them to just come up in turn, so that I don't have to come in and reintroduce them. We will then get three other speakers that I will introduce at that point in time. Ms. Kwele, please come up. I am going to find a seat maybe here. Just a reminder, if I wave the orange at you, you should be in the home run. You in your last 5 minutes to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Executive Mayor, good afternoon. I think it's 12 o'clock already. Deputy EM and MMC for National Settlement, other mayoral committee members present this morning. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As the Program Director has indicated, I am from the Gauteng Partnership Fund. We are a 3C scheduled entity, 100% owned by the Department of Human Settlement. So the MEC that was here this morning is my shareholder. Our responsibility is project lending and project implementation. So in terms of our value chain delivery mechanism, we are responsible for project lending within the social housing space, affordable rental, student accommodation, and we play a role EM around the algorithm of informal settlement, specifically on the alternative sanitation. And we are already speaking with your team EM in as far as the role that GPF is playing in that regard. We play a role around mega projects as well on behalf of the department as the implementing agent, and we also acquire land on their behalf through the Rapid Land Release Program. And then the 10 key projects, one that we're going to all be proud of, Madiba Heights, is going to be one that is GPF led with our potential partners that we're going to be partnering with. I think the mayor, in her opening remarks, and the MEC as well as the minister, they've already given you guys a perspective of what is the challenges that we are facing as a country in terms of backlog, in terms of rapid urbanization and everything that comes with it. And us being the entity that is supposed to assist you guys, and I think Chipo, Silo Chipo as well as Tado, they've already given you guys a pipeline, a project pipeline, and that's where we come in as a potential funder to then say, here we are, and there is an opportunity for affordable capital, you know, as a government. But I know that Tado spoke about 12 months, which we still believe as a funder it's still a bit too long. We can still do better in terms of that because any delay, time is money, project escalation and affordability, so we can, I'm squeezing you, you can do better. Yeah, so in terms of our role, we provide innovative and blended funding models to support affordable housing across Gauteng city region, Tshwane being one of our critical location, COJ, Bululeni, and all other municipalities in our province. And then we mobilize capital raising with our private sector, TT, and to here, my colleague from NHFC, we always assume the role of a mezzanine funder. They come in as a senior funder. So basically, we are a one-stop shop present here. So after this, we can be able to talk to you guys outside. And we also facilitate funding. So for me, I just felt that, as I've indicated here, in terms of our alternative sanitation project, we've already completed one in Mohale City and in Fuleni. And I think this is very important, and I love what EM spoke about in terms of moving away from chemical toilets and everything. We also have to respond to environmental issues. One clip is completed, portion 80, 100% completed. Cape Gate is still again, we are waiting for the municipalities to clear the site, and this is what we are offering off the grid, but it can also be linked back in terms of the innovation that we are bringing, but it's also half the cost, but it's also sustainable and it responds to the climate change issues and just human dignity overall, EM. And I'm happy, and already in our team, we are already speaking around those issues. And I think one of the critical issues that affect us when we are processing our applications, we only entertain applications with all the approvals, and that's where municipalities come in. Agility, agility, agility. I cannot stress that further. So it is important that you understand that sometimes protracted planning, rezoning, and building plan approval processes, any delay, it actually affects the developer and it affects the project lending process. And also just the poorly sequenced bulk infrastructure, I think everyone spoke about that. And also land readiness in terms of servicing and regulatory uncertainties. I'm representing you developers, so I'm speaking on your behalf. And also inadequate project preparation and weak transaction packaging. It's one of the issues that are impediments and funding gaps across the project lifecycle. And I love what the city has said, and I think it has done in actually ensuring that the project prep and just the pipeline is consolidated and packaged properly, because that's what efficient and business support is all about. So because of time constraints, you will get access to the presentation. I just wanted to give you the lending criteria as a lending institution in terms of what we look out for as the GPF. A project must be aligned with our sectoral and geographic mandate. I did indicate that our mandate is the Gauteng City region, so you are in the right place. Joburg, Tshwane, Bululeni, Mfuleni, Mohale, everywhere, we are there. Project must be financially viable, and one of the key issues, EM, for us, we do not land on the strength of someone's balance sheet, but it's on the strength of your business plan and the viability thereof, because ours is playing a role of a transformation agent, and we understand that most of the previously disadvantaged property developers may not have a stronger balance sheet, so we bring that into the play, but it must be financially viable, and it must demonstrate that it can generate sufficient cash flow to service and repay the debt. What is important is your ability to be able to repay the debt. And then it must also demonstrate social impact. This is about impact investment, this is about creating job opportunities, this is about also transferring skills, this is about also leaving our country better than how we found it, and we see you as those strategic key partners that could actually enable us to play that role. But more importantly, taking care of our environment. So we have to minimize adverse environmental effects. And a project must be technically viable in terms of designs and specification, and it must be aligned with government's development and special plans. I think Tajo spoke at length about that. But more importantly, as developers, I don't expect you to have all the technical know-how, but you must be able to invest in surrounding yourself with the professionals who are accredited, who have the know-how, and all the like. So we do not compromise on that. I think we've seen buildings collapsing, the CEO of CBE is here, and it's something that is topical right now in the country. So we need to make sure that we really fund people who have the know-how, or who have the capacity to invest in getting the right people to do the right job at the right time. So we don't compromise on institutional capacity to plan, to implement, and manage the project. Minimally for us, we expect 5% equity to contribute. And what we have done, we've given you all the 6 products that we offer as the GPF. In terms of the rental housing fund, our exposure as the GPF, I did indicate that we assume the role of a mezzanine funder. So as a junior funder, we are not only de-risking you as a developer, but even the senior funder. If anything EM goes wrong, we always take the knock, but no one takes care of us. But it's okay, we still drive the transformation agenda. So in terms of the exposure, GPF 25 to 30%, and again, under normal circumstances, you know the terms are between 5-7 years, but in our context, we give you 15 to 20 years because we want to really support you to actually grow your cash flow. And in this instance, as you know, there has been a transition from JIBA to Zaronia. It's Zaronia plus 1, and it escalates every 5 years by 1%. And the senior funder, my colleagues here, they come in between 65 and 60%. But you as a developer, around the affordable rental, we expect a 10% equity, cash flow dependent. And then the EPF project, I think it's one that we pride ourselves on because we took a huge risk in bringing people who have never done this before. It's a high risk, but it's a good story to tell. If we are really committed and serious about transformation in our country, and our exposure is 40% in this regard, EM, and with a term of 20 years, at Zaronia plus 0.5, escalating at 5 years by 1%, and the senior funder comes at 60%. We are also expecting 5% cash flow. There has to be some skin in the game. And I think you will never get this anywhere else, I can guarantee you. So something's got to give. You've got to show some commitment as an aspiring developer. And then on the commercial fund, that one, we treat it like a fully commercial product. Our exposure is at 20%, 15 years, prime plus 1, escalating it every 5 years by 2%. And the senior funder comes at 60%, and we expect a 20% cash flow dependent. And again, this is someone who's well established, who has the cash flow with a stronger balance sheet, so we are expecting that you do have some capital. And then on the student housing fund, our exposure is up to 30% with the 15 to 20 years term. At Zaronia plus 2%, escalating every 5 years by 1%, and the exposure on the senior funder it's 60 to 65%, but maximum for you 10% cash flow dependent. Social housing, as you know, our exposure again as the GPM is up to 30%, but SHRA, of course, it determines their exposure in that regard. We actually also launched our township real estate, exciting for us, and we want to see those EM around Social Move, around Marubani, and even in Soweto. And this one, as a GPF, we are exposing ourselves up to 95% because we know if we are serious about transformation, we have to lead by example, and we are expecting you to come to the party with 5% cash flow dependent, and we give you about 10 to 15 years term. And again, this is about generational wealth. This is about creating wealth from the townships, and it's something that we pride ourselves on. And EM, I think what is important for us as a GPF, I think I need to, what is important I think for us is about ensuring that as partners, we need to make sure that we continue to work together because there has to be a mutual financial sound returns on both parties. We have done everything humanly possible to make sure that we bring those that were previously disadvantaged into the fore. We expect you to roll up your sleeve, put skin in the game, and use what we give you for development, nothing else. I know we like the Maseratis and everything, but right now this is about building the generational wealth. It's about ensuring that you really, really put your best foot forward. And I just wanted to say we are open for business and we would like to see many more previously disadvantaged property developers coming to the fore. My team is here, we've got a desk. Those that are interested, we do have the guidelines online. And I think we have improved in terms of our turnaround times. I guarantee you it's not 12 months. At the most, it's 6 months. But we still have to do better because we really believe that time is money, price escalation. We know the geopolitics and everything that comes with it. So we've got to be agile, we've got to be efficient, but we are open for business. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Executive Mayor. Good afternoon to the Mayoral Committee. Good afternoon to the leadership of Tshwane. Good afternoon to the leadership of Human Settlements Ecosystem. All protocols observed. My name is Tsurufelo Ramotewa. I am the Executive Manager of the Lending Division of the National Housing Finance Corporation. We are what is called the Development Finance Institution. I have been given quite a technical topic today, which I will discuss. I will firstly, of course, just take you through the NHFC overview, our product offering, just so that you've got a sense of what it is that the NHFC does. I'll go into the problem statement of the topic we are to discuss today. We'll discuss innovative financing in the current economy, and we'll go to the conclusion and takeaway point. Madam Panel Chair, when I practiced last night, it was 13 minutes. So let's hope we are able to stick to that 13 minutes. As mentioned, we are the National Housing Finance Corporation. We were established in 1996. And in 2018, we merged with a company known as the Rural Housing Loan Fund, as well as Nurture. And they merged into the NHFC, and this was in the efforts of establishing the Human Settlements Development Bank, which is yet to be established. We are Schedule 3A, a public entity, wholly owned by the Department of Human Settlements, so the Minister is our shareholder. Our target, in terms of our target market, it's always important for us to highlight this as a development finance institution. Our target market, when we look at our end user, the end user is households with monthly income between 800 Rand up to 22,000 Rand. However, our target market as a development finance institution is actually the developers, the contractors, social housing institutions, other delivery agents, as well as microfinanciers that participate in the human settlement space. Our product offering provides innovative finance solutions in the affordable housing market specifically. I'll take you through, again, very high level, our lending products. We do have a desk outside as well. Please feel free to interact with my team. We do provide social housing finance, where we provide debt financing in social housing transactions nationally. We provide private rental finance that includes student accommodation. We provide bridging affordable finance. This is for developers that are building to sell their units. We provide bridging subsidy finance. This is for contractors that are appointed to build BNG units. We provide incremental housing finance, and this is to provide non-banking intermediaries who then on-lend that money to individuals that are either making incremental improvements to their homes or building their own homes in the urban as well as the rural areas. We also provide strategic investments, and that is where we take equity positions in certain developments, either taking an equity position, providing MES financing, and other quasi-equity instruments as well. We also provide strategic partnerships as well as programs, and that is where we provide program management and project implementation services to local authorities. And lastly and most importantly, we are the implementing agents for First Home Finance nationally, the program that enables qualifying beneficiaries to reduce their initial home loan or augment any shortfalls. And of course, as we know, we have also moved into the non-mortgage market. This just gives you a sense of what the NHFC does. I'm going to go into the topic I was giving to today. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it is quite a technical topic, but I think it's important that we go into it because we speak about scale, but we never speak about how we're going to finance that scale. And I think it becomes quite important for us to be having those types of conversations. So the topic today really speaks about innovative financing arrangements. What can funders, developers, and governments do differently? And as a result, I've just looked at certain investment models. In order for us to talk about that, it's important for us to just have a context of the environment in which we operate. South Africa's housing backlog is estimated at 2.6 million 2.6 million units, affecting over 12 million people. The key constraint is not housing finance, but it's actually bulk and connector infrastructure. The strongest investment proposals are those that frame housing as part of an integrated urban system. The strongest investment model is infrastructure-led urban development. Sustainable housing finance models cannot be looked at in isolation. They need to be looked at incorporating land, transport, water, sanitation, energy, as well as social infrastructure. Now, why innovative finance models matter in the current economic context? Firstly, we know, every speaker that's come up here has mentioned this, physical space is constrained by slow growth, rising debt pressures, and competing social expenditure demands. Infrastructure gaps continue to weaken productivity, raise operating costs, and reduce competitiveness. Public fixed investments has remained below the levels needed to unlock stronger growth, and innovative finance models therefore can mobilize private finance and technical expertise while improving infrastructure delivery quality. At a high level, I'm going to take you through 3 innovative infrastructure investment models. One being public-private partnerships, which many of us know, the other being credit enhancement and capital guarantees, and the other being infrastructure debt fund. In terms of public-private partnerships, these are suitable, particularly for major metros such as the city of Tshwane, with high housing pressures. Municipalities would, for instance, provide the land and the approvals. DFIs or private capital would fund the infrastructure, and the private sector would deliver housing stock. The city, of course, would then capture the growth in terms of the tax base. If we look at the credit enhancement and capital guarantees, these are powerful, innovative financing tools. These transform housing projects that are technically viable but are perceived to be too risky. This transforms these from too risky developments into attractive developments, attractive to the commercial banks, to the pension funds, as well as insurers and institutional investors. And lastly, we'll also do a bit of a deep dive into the infrastructure debt fund. This is an investment vehicle that establishes a channel for long-term institutional capital into the housing projects. And it assists in terms of bridging the gap between infrastructure developers seeking long-term funding as well as institutional investors that are seeking predictable returns. Now, if we do a bit of a deep dive in terms of the Triple P funding structure, it offers sustainable and economic viable mechanisms to accelerate infrastructure systems. Triple Ps create an institutional framework through which government, private developers, financiers, and development finance institutions can collaborate to mobilize capital. And it can be defined, of course, as long-term innovative contractual agreements where the private sector finances, builds, operates, maintains public infrastructure in exchange for revenue streams or government payment. How does it work? We've all seen various models of this. I think the most popular model being the concession train. But how does it work? We've got various models. We've got a build, operate, transfer model. We've got design, build, finance, operate models. We've got concessions, of course. And the benefits are that it transfers construction and operational risk. It mobilizes private capital and it accelerates infrastructure delivery. If you look at the model that we have on the left-hand side, we're demonstrating triple P funding structure utilizing the SHRA CCGs, just so that we provide a model that brings it home in terms of our discussion today. So we're demonstrating a typical triple P funding structure, mobilizing the SHRA consolidated capital grants, together with senior debt providers, with junior note funders, and revenue guarantees. What would that model particularly look like? This is what we're looking at if we're looking at financing housing at scale. In terms of the credit enhancement and capital guarantees, these are innovative finance. Of course, it requires collaborative funding structures. Can be defined as financial risk mechanisms used to improve the creditworthiness, the bankability. I think, Tato, you mentioned bankability. No DFI is going to stand here and not mention that part. But it improves bankability, attractiveness of the infrastructure projects by reducing the risk exposure of lenders and developers. Essentially, we are looking for a third party that can absorb the risk that private sector is unwilling to take. This innovative financing structure addresses risks associated with construction, with municipal payment risks, offtake default risk, as well as foreign exchange risk. Investors often view these risks as too high, resulting in higher interest rates, shorter debt tenures, and reduced investor appetite. How does it work? There are various models. One of these being the partial credit guarantee. If a project defaults, investors are able to recover first from the project asset. You have to give in order for you to get. And these are some of the models that we have to discuss. Another model is the first loss capital structure, where a public institution agrees to absorb the initial losses before private investors are affected. Again, a shock absorber. The benefits, of course, are that we leverage the grants to reduce the funding risk. If you look at other models or other projects where these models were utilized overseas, you can look at the leverage ratio. For every R1 that comes from government, you can raise R5, $1. You can raise $5 in the private sector. What are the benefits of this? It leverages the grant to reduce the funding risks. It improves project credit rating and reduces borrowing costs. On the left-hand side, again, to just bring it home, we looked at a potential capital guarantee funding structure utilizing the social housing consolidated capital grant to say, what would that typically look like for us to be able to fund at scale? It demonstrates a capital guarantee structure utilizing the CCG, utilizing DFI capital, commercial bank capital, as well as government bonds. The last model, investment model that we're going to look at is the infrastructure debt fund. The infrastructure debt funds are innovative because traditional commercial banks often face regulatory constraints such as Basel III capital requirements that limit their ability to provide long tenure infrastructure loans. Definition of infrastructure debt fund really is specialized investment vehicles that pool long-term capital and institutional investors and provide debt financing to infrastructure projects. It typically requires large capital investments, long repayment periods up to about 30 years, stable, predictable cash flows. That's gold for investors. And long-term investors with patient capital. How does it work? Here are some of the steps. You have a fund manager that would raise the capital. Investors would commit for capital period commit capital for periods of up to about 20 years. The fund deploys capital to infrastructure projects in various instruments. The projects then would generate revenue. That revenue would then pay the fund interest and principal repayments, and there's a flow back to the fund in terms of the returns for the investors. We're trying to demonstrate that on the left-hand side, and that is I'm not sure if it's very clear, but that is demonstrable in terms of the arrows and the different colors of arrows where the capital is deployed, and then where the capital goes back in terms of interest, repayments, and as well as the returns. The benefit of this, of course, is that it reduces fiscal pressure. As I mentioned earlier, we need to be having the discussion of how do we leverage what we have in the private sector in order for us to be able to mobilize capital. And in conclusion, we have looked at 3 innovative financing models. I know it was sometimes a little technical, but as I mentioned, it is quite important for us to not only have one-sided conversations. Scale needs to be financed. How do we finance it? Knowing the situation we find ourselves in as a country. The current economic environment is characterized by constrained public finances and growing infrastructure needs. Innovative financing models are essential for mobilizing private capital, sharing the risk, and accelerating infrastructure delivery. For South Africa, innovative finance offers a pathway to leverage our sophisticated financial sector and keep pension fund savings pools in order for us to improve fiscal sustainability, to address infrastructure backlogs, and is how effectively can we structure these to provide viability, housing at scale, as well as maximizing economic and social impact. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Greeting all in your different capacities. I've already been introduced. I'm not sure how to get the slides. Have they been loaded? Is it sabotage? Thank you. I'm going to take you through a very short presentation to present the value proposition of IFISA, Infrastructure Finance and Implementation Support Agency. I need to indicate upfront that IFISA is a partner for the City of Tshwane. My slides are not moving, I'm not sure what's going on. I know who's responsible for this. Yes. So I needed to indicate that we are a partner for the City of Tshwane. We do not necessarily finance developers or the private sector, but in working with state-owned entities or organs of state like the City of Tshwane, we then get to interact with the developers. So in instances where the developers are already having agreements with the city to develop certain properties, we get to interact with them and advise on our value proposition. As you can see, we were established by National Treasury through a tripartite memorandum of agreement concluded between the Treasury, the DBSA, and GTEC. And we are currently funded 100% by the National Treasury in terms of our operation costs. They also fund 100% our investment mandates. So the funding that we inject into projects, we get it from the National Treasury, having followed the budget process. You might have heard different speakers this morning speaking about the budget facility for infrastructure, or BFI. This is the platform where we unlock the funding for our investment mandate. And currently we are working with the city on the water and sanitation segment as well as the electricity segment. So those projects that you saw this morning are now within our portfolio. We're looking at them to unlock those projects. Sulu just indicated that bulk infrastructure is a key enabler for all these developments, so we are dealing with that. We're also focusing on the human settlements portfolio, and I guess this is why we were invited to come and speak today. We are incubated within the DBSA as a ring-fenced unit, meaning that we leverage on the DBSA's corporate support to be able to operate as a visa. We also now subsumed the Triple P unit that was with GTEC before, is now part of visa. And those who interacted with us before would know that we were previously called the Infrastructure Fund, but now we have about 4 units. So it's the former Infrastructure Fund unit, it's the Triple P unit, it's a unit called Kapau, and a segment of the NDPP, which I'll speak to now. So the reason for this amalgamation into visa is to streamline the offering of government so that we have a cradle-to-grave approach on project prep, financial structuring, implementation, procurement, monitoring and evaluation. So MMC, this time when we engage, I will no longer say we need to go and find prep somewhere. We need to start with prep, the project enters the value chain and exits when it's being implemented. That is the whole purpose around visa. The mission is to ramp up the investment into public infrastructure. You would know that the National Development Plan talks about 30% of GDP in terms of investment. We're currently sitting at 14% as government. And it has been so insipid that even with private sector participation, we're not moving with speed. And if you check, we are now approaching 2027. So we are very quickly missing on that target in respect to investment. So hence, visa was established to try and get government to that trajectory. And our mission is to do it using this value chain that I spoke about. So project prep, ensuring that projects are properly packaged. So what Kato was talking about earlier in relation to the process of applications and planning having to be done properly, it is quite correct, even if it takes 12 months. Rather spend 12 months there than rush an application and you don't get success. And we see a lot of that in the BFI applications that we are looking at. So I'm quite synchronized with him. Even if projects need to be crowding in private capital, we also do a lot of market sounding activities, but also engaging the markets to crowd in the private capital that's required. And private capital, we shouldn't look at it as money that is only coming from the banks. Private capital also implies money crowded in from other DFIs. It also talks about what the developers themselves can raise. Because we often see applications where the developers, they also want the city to fund what they should be funding. We need to move to financial models where the user-based principles applies, we ring-fence the sources from developers and what is due for the cities. I did indicate that now it's incremental because we have a procurement function, we also have an implementation function as well as monitoring and evaluation. So this is the one-stop offering of IFISA that I was talking about. I will not repeat a lot of things on the slides because they summarize what was on the previous slide. Suffice to indicate that we focus on those large sectors that you are seeing there. So basically your large network industries, transport, energy, water and sanitation, municipal infrastructure, and this is where we are unlocking the bulk infrastructure that I was talking about. You can also see a very huge presence of the social program, education, health, human settlements. Remember, this is a national platform, so we have to have large coverage, and we're looking at very significant ticket sizes. You can see projects starting from 1 billion and above, programs 3 billion and above. This relates to capital cost. not necessarily what you are requesting from the BFI. So a project can be 1 billion in capital cost, but maybe the shortfall is 500 million, so it still works. A program can be 3 billion, but the shortfall maybe is 500 million, it still works. And what works in this model is there must be skin in the game from an equity contribution, and we solve for the difference, meaning that IFISA and the BFI are the funders of last resort, and to bridge the bankability aspects of a project. I did indicate that our clients are organs of state in the three spheres of government: national, provincial, local, be it departments, municipalities, or the entities that are responsible for infrastructure development. This is the products. The leadership of IFISA, and I'm also focusing on this because it's a new platform, started to operate even though it was amalgamating the different units that were already existing. This is the leadership of IFISA. So the projects that we're working on with the city, for them to go to the BFI, they have to be approved by this committee. So essentially, I went and engaged the city. Now I'm packaging the projects to present before this committee. So I'm the spokesperson of the municipality in this platform. And it's going very well as well. And it's also because I grew up in social movement. I'm the child of the city of Swan. So I'm really pained by the development aspirations of the city. This is the nub of the story. These are the projects that we have done as IFISA thus far, and mostly from the SY infrastructure fund. And perhaps I'll focus more on the first three because those ones are related to the topic at hand in relation to human settlements. I'm showing you the full slide so that you understand the impact that we have had already in the water and sanitation space, transportation space, social housing, student housing, as well as other municipal infrastructure kind of typologies. And in terms of human settlements, we did a bit of work on the social housing program. This is where you would note that the model is that the SHRA will fund 70% of the costs that are required, and the developers, they must go and seek the 30%. So essentially, we wanted to understand why other commercial funders are not paying in this space. So we said National Treasury give us about 300 million. At that stage, it was enough to deal with 6 projects that we were focusing on in relation to social housing so that we can provide the 80%. We put it in and we started to understand the challenges around track record of these developers, the inability to deal with scale, skills, as well as the fact that the social housing market itself is difficult to bank. And you really need to be very concessional as a funder. You need to be patient. And those are the instruments that we put in. Currently, what we are doing in this space, we are looking at replicating this model to about 20 projects at scale. We are engaging with National Treasury. And this is why we wanted to engage with the Human Settlements Department. I'll move very quickly from this slide. In terms of the third project, the Lutheran Development Project is a program actually about 26 billion in nature, and it ticks the criteria of the mixed developments that have been presented here today. So basically, 7.7 billion in bulk infrastructure to unlock the other top structures. So schools, houses, social housing, bonded houses, gap financing houses, and what we have done, we went with the city of Johannesburg to the BFI to request about 3.4 billion of that 7.7, and it was approved. And it's a grant. It's a grant flowing to the metro. They need to co-fund the 4.4 billion. Now, some of the challenges that we are having, the 3.4 billion is in. The city said everything is ready, we have capacity. Now the money is there, there's no capacity. The city must go and raise the difference. The city doesn't have money in the budget. So those are the challenges that we are experiencing, but we are fixing them as we are finding our model. I'm emphasizing this around co-funding. It's quite important that what we put forward as applications, we forward, because it also builds credibility with the national treasury. This slide, I don't want to talk to it because it's more about projects that are under development. These ones are under implementation, most of them. Some of them towards financial close. These ones are very much in the pipeline. We are still developing them. So essentially the message that I wanted to deliver is that the city is not alone in ensuring that the bulk infrastructure that is required is there, because the city doesn't have all the money that is necessarily needed for this. So we are helping them with that. We also want to partner with them on the human settlements portfolio, be it on bulk, but also on the top structures. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the three panelists for sticking to time, doing their best to do so. I think one of the key messages which we heard this morning already, so I think it's wonderful that it's coming together, is the critical role that the city of Tshwane and government in general can play to manage risk, to deal with issues of land, to deal with infrastructure, to ensure coordinated planning and delivery, and to do project preparation or facilitate that. I think the second thing that comes from this session is that there are partners here who are keen to play that part, who have strong offerings to bring, strong expertise to bring to bear, and are ready to walk the path with you. And have very strong value propositions, in fact, in that regard. I'm going to invite our next three speakers, which I believe have become four overnight. But the first person, and sorry, Pierre Malherbe, who is the CEO of Calbro M3, wasn't able to join us on the podium. So please come and join us. You are up next. He is followed by Ms. Portia Tal-Sekate, who is the CEO of the Property Charter Council and has brought a friend to assist with the presentation. And then our final presentation is taking a slightly different tone, but it's bringing in the climate resilience perspective and the importance of looking at neighborhood development and housing provision, particularly affordable housing provision, in the context of climate change and resilience. It will be Professor Amira Osman who will be talking about this. She is a professor of architecture at Tshwane University of Technology. Again, I'm going to ask the speakers to just immediately follow one after the other. Stick to their 15 minutes, even if it's a joint presentation or input. And then we will hopefully still have some time to get some engagement from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I was asked to address the audience from the public sector side and as a developer side. I will start off with protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity, and members of the Mayoral Committee, Deputy Mayor, Mayor, and our funding partners on this side, and people around the table. Okay, so I'm going to start off from our side of the development side. We specialize in integrated development. That's what we do. We entered into this space in partnership with the City of Johannesburg in around 2006 on a Pennyville project. We started refining our model, growing into the Fleurhof project, and from there on, keep on doing that. And I'll come back to this model in a second. I'm just going to quickly go through this. This is a photo of the Fleurhof project. Go into the detail here. I'm not going to go into detail of Calbro. This is actually the same photo I saw in the presentation earlier on the agenda. But yeah, we ventured into this development in partnership with the City of Johannesburg. And for starters off, this project can't be rolled out without the partnership of government. You need public sector involvement. We cannot aim at this market or address this market segment by our own. We need the assistance, and we're talking about the BFI funding, we're talking about the grants, but in order to cater for the lower end of the market, in order to cater for the lower end of the market, we need this partnership. So, sorry, just to touch on what the FURA project is, we started the project, we acquired the land in 2020, 2010 already. We've rolled out in excess of 10,000 units as we stand here to date. We've got service opportunities for another 5,000 to be rolled out, and we own land in the vicinity. So this project will ultimately yield about 10,000 opportunities. I'll go into the mix of this in a second. But here you can see when we started the project, this project is aimed at the fully subsidized market. We've got social housing in there, we've got affordable rentals in there, we've got the FLISP market in there, we've got the B&Gs, and this is a combination. And this is not a model that will work on every piece of land that you own. The need change as you move from project to project. I'll come back to other options. But this project was done on privately owned land. We bought the land, it's privately owned land, that did in partnership with the city of Johannesburg. There's just another view of the same project just to indicate the scale of the project. So if we talk a few of specifically, yeah, I mentioned that already, it will yield about 20,000 units on completion. We had partners in this, we didn't do it by ourselves. We had, if you look at the units in front and here, that was bought by IHS, that has supported us in getting the affordable rentals up and running. We do more the social housing component of the development. We had Department of Human Settlement fully subsidized there, and the intention was to put all the community together and have something to aspire to. In South Africa, the market wants a big house and a big stand. That's in the perfect world. We cannot afford big houses and big stands, all of us. And this is a model that will lead to that and say ultimately there need to be something to aspire to and move in. The kids can still be in the same school, but you can move around in the community. So from there on, at the same time, we developed the Jamalani Hostel. There you can see the old hostel buildings. We did that with Department of Human Settlements. We built B&G units for them and CRU units. We then went further to develop in the Jamalani CBD on adjacent land, where once again we partnered with various entities to get into the market, and we did social housing, and we did IHS once again with a rental market. We did the FLISP market, we had the open bonded market, but the intention is when we develop, we go into integrated development and address different segments of the market, with the intention to stay in the market as low as possible. This is a project, Southfield, that was also done in partnership with the city of Johannesburg. The difference here was it was city-owned land, it wasn't our own land. I'll come back to the different approaches we've used. This is city-owned land that we developed on. This actually went on to the financial institutions. Standard Bank was awarded the project, and we partnered with Standard Bank for the execution of the project. If you look at the Bellard project, this is a project that borders onto the University of Western Cape and the University of Technology. Like I said, the topologies are not always the same. We change that, and you cannot go and use land adjacent to the university and use it for B&G if there's a need for student accommodation. This was more aimed at the student accommodation market, and if you just look at the model we used in this case, once again, this was our land, we did it in partnership with them, but there was no infrastructure funding available at the time when we did work with the Western Cape government. Scottsdene, there is a little bit smaller scale. We did 3,500 units on this project. This was an infill site. It was in Scottsdene in Cape Town that we said it was just infill site, but you will see that we did exactly the same. There was bonded market, social houses in there, and different components of it. So there will always be a component of flats and rentals and all that. So even on the smaller scale. This was more fragmented and scattered over the area, so it wasn't just one big parcel. So the only thing I want to discuss this afternoon is there's 5 things we've got to keep in mind. And it was great to hear from the minister's side this morning and from the speakers in the past that we're starting to do differently at our development. But if we start off, I'm still of the opinion that this is the only way we can address the lower end of the market. We need to be in a public-private partnership. We can't do this on our own, and I don't think the metros can do this on their own either. Second thing to say, we need to improve our communication. I think there's a lack of communication. We get close, we build up relationships with entities, but our communication is not sufficient enough. If we talk about holding costs for a developer, if we come to a standstill, it costs money. If you look at the new project we've got, Bankenveld, and I'll just quickly touch on that briefly, but if you go, land is expensive if it's well located. If you want to cater for this market, it does not mean you've got to build on the peripheries of the cities. We need to come closer and bring people closer to job opportunities. And as soon as you go that way, it becomes more expensive, whether you like it or not. The more expensive we need to address by saying, how do we, in partnership, fast-track these projects? And we had the previous speakers here, we need to fast-track the projects. We cannot sit and wait for them. And I've seen the yellow board, so I'm going to quickly go back. If the different approaches, like I said, we did Fleurhof on public or private-owned land in partnership with the city. South Hills, we did on city land. And if you look at Ballard, there was no bulky infrastructure. If you look at the timing of these projects, we had a lot more control on the projects where we owned the land, the rollout. If you look at the delivery on Fleurhof, after just over 10 years, we've delivered more than 10,000 units. Because we had the flexibility to move between public and private sector, we were not always forced to do fully subsidized units or social housing. The total mix will be predetermined and roughly 1/3, 1/3, but we didn't every year build fully subsidized. We go through cycles, and the public sector cycle looks different than the private sector cycle. And we were able to address that cycle that suited us at the time as landowners. If you compare that to South Hills, where it was city-owned land, we didn't have the flexibility to move across, and if there's no budget available, you end up with a year or 2 years on actually not building. And then you see after 10 years, we've completed 2,600 units. You cannot justify the speed of that, because if there's a delay, we cannot move across from it. Ballard is different. There we didn't have infrastructure needs or dependency on the city. That went the fastest because we were not reliant on USDG, but we targeted different market segment. So it's not a like-for-like comparison. If you go student accommodation, it's a different segment of the market and it's different to look at that. Funding structures, there was a lot said about funding structures. We've got our partners sitting next on the stage here with us. But just to give you a sense, if you do a project like Bankenveld, as a project of scale, we signed an agreement with VITS in 2019. We got our environmental and rights approved in 2024. We broke ground in 2025 with infrastructure. It's 2026. We're trying to finalize our development agreements with the metro. But it takes a long time. And we need to structure these projects in a way, if we bought that land and we had to pay bits for that, we wouldn't have been around the table anymore. So this is a structured transaction. We need to start structuring that clearly. I talked about land acquisition. Location is important. That's the market we need to address that. If we want to address spatial planning, that is the way to go. If we look at the Balkan link infrastructure, we talked about that. If we do not get support from the public sector, the reality is we put it back into the sales price of the land to the market, and we exclude certain segments of the market. As soon as you start doing that, the FLISP component doesn't work anymore because our land price is just too high and we move out of the bracket. We cannot work in the social housing. We cannot do a whole lot of these things. So that is vital for any of these projects of scale to do. And then I'm just going to quickly touch on 2026 as we stand here. And it was, like I said, great to hear from the Minister this morning. We need to build sustainable communities. We take money from a national government and we get grants and we build fully subsidized. And national moves on. Just remember the Metro inherits a community that will never pay rates and taxes. And you don't change the culture of not paying for water and electricity. And we need to look at the longer term of what you're actually doing. Baku, there was a lot said about that. It was great to see the presentation from the South African government there and the feedback. The feedback we get through our urban designers, and if you're trying to get across and say, do we need to build RDPs across Gauteng stations? Should we not look at the entry level, a single mum that wants to be able to work along Gauteng? And I think just the mindset and what we heard this morning is so encouraging to see where we're going to go. I'm going to go 1 minute, I'm going to be quick, just to give you a sense of where the Bunkenveld is. Then we've got the Woodmead interchange on the top, so you've got the Marlborough interchange on the bottom. This is a piece of land we've got rights to develop 29,000 opportunities. This is not something we do without support. Mixed use, last comment, and I'm out. Mixed use, we need to start looking at, we cannot build developments of scale and then ignore the amenities required. And I'm not talking just schools, I'm not talking about big amenities. We need to build livable communities that's sustainable. I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much, thank you everybody, thank you that has presented. My name is Portia Kausigati. I stand today representing the Property Sector Charter Council, an organization that really drives the inclusive growth of the property sector. And really, mine is really to, or at least the topic that I was given is more to kind of bring together from the private sector and the public, how they work together. We're fortunate enough to actually bring government and private sector together. So we're responsible for the property sector as a whole, which is 9.4 trillion in the country, made up of the commercial, that is 1.92 trillion, and the residential part of it, which is 6.7 trillion, representing 7.1 million houses in the country. So we really able to obviously bring human settlement, public works as well, from the government perspective. We also have all the regulators, PPRA, NHFC, CSOS, SAC, PVP, all of those put together, including all the private sector from listed to established to non-established. From our side, really, or from my stand for really, is really to talk about the importance of how, why, the importance of government and private sector being able to collaborate. So today we cannot just only talk about numbers in terms of the houses that we deliver and the waiting list and also the delivery of structures. We make partnership works. That's all when she wakes up and she actually takes a step every morning, that's all she does. And I think that's one of the most important parts today in our conversation today here. So really, I think in our model, as we speak, is really to be highlighting that there's a really profound difference in terms of our human settlement, and it's not merely only a collection of footprint, but and rooftops and everything else. But really, human settlement is where people pursue livelihood. This is where children access schools. This is where we connect with healthcare. This is where we think people with opportunities and the fundamental shift of thinking. It must be to move from counting the number of units that we deliver and measuring the human outcomes that we currently have. Because the success cannot be simply be the numbers that we always count, but we must build communities where people can thrive. And that is the important part about it.
So why the future of planning between government and private sector must be a deliberate one that we pursue. It's because we need to create livable communities that are safe, that are connected, and that are functional. We need to create economic participation where basically there's jobs, enterprises, and local economic activity. There's social infrastructure that has been spoken about, where there's jobs, where there's also parks, recreation, and public service, and environmental sustainability that are resilient to climate change, as well as to human creation as well. And as we speak about some of these, when we talk about social collaboration as well between the government and human settlement, the partnership is not only transactional, and it's not that partnership is about its really strong relationship that we must build. And those relationships can only survive can't survive only on one contract alone, but often government and private sector have to approach one another with hesitation, and sometimes, yes, there is a lot of hesitation and suspicion, but we need to find a way where we work, where sometimes government worries about commercial interest overshadowing developmental impact, and private sector sometimes worries about political policy certainty, delays that we are speaking about as well. Tato was talking about that earlier now, as well, and implementation of this. But all of these things, everybody has got a role to play. Government has got a role to play in terms of policy direction, in terms of land, in terms of infrastructure coordination and development. But private sector at the same time has got also a critical role to play when it also comes to capital, to innovation, technical expertise, and also delivering capability. So it is critical that we need to strengthen this alignment and the transformation acceleration of this thing, where sustainable collaboration really therefore rests on, and it anchors on shared values, it anchors on trust. I think as some of those highlight on trust, it anchors on certainty, policy certainty, it anchors on alignment, aligned incentive, long-term commitment as well. And as I close off, before I call my partner, my dual partner in my presentation, really it's all about what are some of the evidence that when we present about collaboration in human settlement, we will and will have to define the next generation of human settlement and development in the country. So the answer can no longer be about fragmentation, it can no longer be project in isolation, it can no longer be just a dependency model on one sector carries the responsibility, while the other one is just merely watching while the other one succeeds or not failing. A partnership as an ecosystem, it must be government enabled, private sector invested, community participation, and also institution coordinated, because the sustainability of collaboration is not merely based on the confidence. So it is at that point, once we've actually highlighted why the ecosystem is important and why each of them work and why it works, that I invite, and the facilitator call it my dual presenter, Ayanda Peters, who's actually the CEO, and he actually CEO of Developable Concession. All she does, really, it's about partnership, and she looks at why partnership works, why partnership fails, and what actually you need to have in the components of this partnership to make sure that partnership works, and that talks to then the sustainability of partnership. Ayanda Peters from Developable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Portia. Good afternoon, Program Director, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and all the leadership and colleagues that are here with us today. Am I speaking into the mic? It seems very intrusive in my face, but okay. I'll stand to the side. As my co-presenter has said today in her introduction, when she was thinking about her delivery today, she thought that it would be rather remiss if she does not plug in a person who is, for lack of a better word, in the belly of the beast. And that is where I come in. I do not stand before you today as a human settlement specialist, but as I've been introduced, I am the CEO of a concession company. I have spent the last 13 years of my life leading concession companies, and I have really sat at the intersection where government, private sector share risk, responsibility, and reward. What has been very comforting to me as I sat here today, because I've obviously sat through many conversations about collaboration and about partnership, is that today the city of Tshwane is not just talking about partnership. There's been tangible, structured pipeline and a stated intention to transact. So what that means is that we are moving from the point where we are looking at partnership and collaboration as something that we could do, we might do, might be interesting. And the conversation has a certain urgency to it. We are moving to the point where we are expected to deliver, and we are expected to deliver in collaboration and in partnership. So my topic today, my delivery today is very easy, and it dovetails on what Portia has already discussed. As we're gathered here today, I could sense and I could hear from the presentation that everything that we've discussed today has become very personal for each and every single one of us, whether we are from the public sector and the developmental mandate, whether we are from the private sector, where we're looking to stimulate the economy, and whether we are the administrators that are supposed to implement these partnerships and forge these particular partnerships. So I'm going to go right into it and ask, what specifically needs to be in place for the PPPs to be able to work and work properly? In the past, we have done PPPs, and we find ourselves where we do not just have an option to do them, but we must do them, and we must do them well. I would actually also like to thank my colleagues this side, because part of my speech was to go into a little bit as to what PPPs are, but you did such a good job in expounding it, so mine has become a bit easy. There's actually 4 points. I've condensed it to really 4 factors that affect the successfulness of partnerships. And the first one is that the parties that are contracting must be able to contract. So that seems like a statement that is not clear. However, what I found over the last 13 years is that most people in PPPs stumbled into the PPP career. And that is quite a scary fact if you understand that the people that are charged to govern and operate the PPPs and ensure that they are successful have actually not been capacitated. Maybe not necessarily even understanding what it is that they have signed off. Partnership requires that both parties that must manage the PPP must be able to understand and manage what it is that they have agreed on. And if that understanding is not there, then I like to say that's not a partnership. In fact, that's a massive liability waiting to mature. So what we need to do is we need to intentionally develop PPP professionals. My colleague from DVSA, maybe I could put it to you. I know that there is some course that is given by GTEC in terms of PPPs, but that's a high-level understanding. What I am gracefully trying to say is that the officials that have been mandated to ensure operational success of a PPP need to have real technical understanding, legal understanding, and financial understanding of PPPs. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we can all agree, PPPs are very complex contracts, but they are complex contracts that can work if they are understood. The second point I then want to go into that I find challenging in PPPs, and we absolutely need to get it right, is the issue of leadership and governance. When I refer to leadership and governance in PPPs, I'm speaking simply of steering committees that need to have an absolute mandate on how it is they steer the project forward to being successful. We need to have capable board members that are able to take the decision making. We need to have reporting that is done, reporting done to our lenders to ensure that there is, our lenders, I always say our lenders do not finance assets and dreams. Our lenders finance cash flow. Yeah. And if projects cannot prove that there's going to be a predictable cash flow, predictable revenue, we're going to be able to have our debt service cover ratios, we are going to be able to have our debt reserve accounts funded, then those projects become, and I'm going to use the word that gets used very often, unbankable, because there is no predictable certainty that the capital that has been employed can then have its return on investment. We need to also have proper dispute resolution mechanisms. Colleagues, we all know that whenever there's any parties, whether there's, as long as there's more than one party, there will be disputes. It's a reality. And part of governance is ensuring that we have proper dispute resolution mechanisms. And this actually reduces the possibility of unnecessarily going into litigation and giving the PPP a very bad name in the public to say that PPPs are always in litigation. And also, quite importantly, the governance and proper governance also then put us in a position to speak about anti-corruption. When there is reporting to our lenders, reporting to the board, reporting to our government, whether it's provincial government, national government, municipality, reporting really eliminates the capacity for there to be any corruption, because part of what reporting needs to achieve is monitoring and assessing progress of the project. Thirdly, I want to talk about stakeholder alignments. Is this my time? Thank you. Okay, I'll be very quick. Stakeholder alignment. We need to understand PPPs are multi-decade agreements. Multi-decade agreements between various stakeholders. We have our government stakeholders, we have our private sector stakeholders. Importantly, we have our community stakeholders, which should not be left behind. So we really need to ensure, and over decades, people change, governments change, people leave positions, new positions come in. So we need to consistently have stakeholder alignment, and this really reduces disputes and misunderstanding and manages expectations. And also, I just want to mention that the soft skills that are not really spoken about, such as communication, trust, stakeholder management, are actually core competence for PPP professionals. And then lastly, before my program director scoots me off, I just want to mention the issue of risk allocation. To make sure that we have provided an environment where capital deployment is predictable. And you know, capital is not afraid of risk. They are actually afraid of unpredictable risk. And we need to make sure that our risk is identified, we need to make sure that the risk is measured, and that the risk is mitigated. We need to also make sure that we are not confusing our risk management with risk mitigation, because the crux of PPPs is risk allocation and risk distribution. So each party that is responsible for its risk must be responsible for its risk and manage its risk, and not mitigate its risk by passing it on to a different party. And I'll just make a very quick example, sorry, Program Director, just to expound on the issue of risk. You know, we have design risk, construction risk, operational risk, we have political risk, and we also have demand risk. So the private sector cannot then take its operational risk, which is performance-based, and mitigate it or manage it by passing it on to the public sector, because we do know that we need to have value for money. Without value for money, the PPP model falls apart. Equally, the public sector cannot mitigate its risk or manage its risk by mitigating and passing its political risk over to the private sector, because in fact all that does is increases the cost of capital. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say in closing, Program Director, if you don't mind, that the theme of today's symposium is forging partnerships. And forging is not a gentle word. When I thought about it, I thought forging actually requires heat, it requires pressure, and it requires applied precision. And today I think the city of Tshwane has brought the heat, they've brought the pipeline, they've brought the platform, they've brought the willingness, and they've confronted their hard constraints. So as the private sector, I think it is prudent for us to then also come up and step up to the plate and work in collaboration and actually forge these partnerships. Thank you so much.
I'm the tall one. And I also think I'm the odd one here. If I could possibly ask, are there any academics in the room? I really just wanted to make sure sorry? I saw the one. And are there any architects? Are you also an academic? Okay, well, and are there any architects in the room? Yes. But it's an honor to be here, and at least one architect, one academic. But I think next time round, these conversations must never happen, especially the architects and the designers. That's, you know, if there's a message I want to say very powerfully is we cannot achieve spatial transformation or well-designed neighborhoods without the architects. And I never hear them mentioned anywhere. I never hear them speak at these events, and they're just absent. And we need to make, we need to sort that out. So to wake everyone up, I have a whole set of provocations, and hopefully I will get to cover the theme that I have to. So I hold the position of the South African Chair in Spatial Transformation, hosted at the Tshwane University of Technology. And I believe space has incredible power. Space tells us whether we count or not, whether we are valued, whether we are important. I'm sure a lot of you, I hope so, have seen these images by Johnny Miller comparing different settlements in South Africa. And despite all of these incredibly wonderful projects we've seen and that list of really amazing projects, our landscapes are still like this. So I would also say that we need the architects and the designers in the room, because it's not just about new build, it's about retrofitting this. And there's no way you can do that without the skills of architects. And I want to see architects not just in a room, but in every policy document. They are always not included. And I'm a kind of a lone voice. I always write my comments on the policy documents and I say architecture and design, but I'm still the only architect in the room. So space can anger, intimidate, humiliate. I always use this quote: create inhumane environments and people will respond likewise. And those are inhumane environments. So my more provocations. The best house unit, perfectly designed, constructed, well insulated, solid, beautiful, weather and fire resistant, climatically appropriate, comfortable, economical, will not solve the housing problem. So we need to figure that out. Positive urban environments may indeed be achieved irrespective of the quality of individual buildings. Another provocation that I believe, the people that were in Baku, and I was in Baku, who noticed the individual buildings in Old City Baku? We noticed the streets and the squares and the buildings were defining space and making space. Other than that ugly structure by Zaha Hadid, we couldn't really see an individual building. We could see what the buildings were defining. Another provocation, and I've been asked to speak about innovative building technologies. Families do not want to stand out in a neighborhood as living in a weird experimental box. If you don't live in it, please don't promote it to poor communities. So, based on what I said, the built environment is not neutral. All forms are value-laden. They contain meaning. So we either hinder or enhance participation through our planning, design, and technical solutions, or we, through those solutions, exacerbate difference and disadvantage. So I can't talk about technology without talking about a philosophy of technology. Please forgive me if I'm giving you my back. Historically, technical and spatial design interventions have been used to deepen divisions. The apartheid government was very good at that. And we need to be very good, maybe even using some of their methods to do good with a new set of values. Like someone said the other day, Prof. Phil Harrison from Wits, he said maybe we can learn from the devil. Technical and spatial design decisions are value-laden. They are never neutral. This implies that technical and spatial design decision-making is a reflection of our beliefs about rights of access to the city and all the opportunities it offers, as well as a reflection of beliefs about poverty, the poor, and their place in the city. So we have I believe, I'm trying to find the right word. Our understanding of participation is very limited. We love these images. These are my students with communities we work with. They're very, they're nice images. It's amazing. People sitting around. The moment that this community moves from that consultation, the very dynamic needs of individuals and communities will have changed. So we need to design, so participation is a lot. participation, and I'm again quoting Dewar here from David Dewar, a planner, participation is not about asking people what they want. Participation is not about us, and that's why you need the designers, and that's why you need the architects. Participation is much deeper. People's expectations are experientially determined. The designers show people how we can live in cities in different ways, because the one house on a plot typology doesn't work. So the designers need to be here to show us how we can inhabit these cities, make them beautiful, and still make them desirable beyond that one house per plot model. So we can't consult with someone and say, what do you want, if their experience is limited. So the last point there, how space and buildings are designed to encourage ongoing participation over time. So when you have a new baby, or you lose your job, or someone else moves in, or you subdivide, that's when your buildings and your environment allows you to participate. So we have higher level strategies. According to this, I have 7 minutes left. Okay, I did put on my timer. So we have higher level strategies that enable project level innovations, and we need project level innovations that can inspire policy change. I think of the built environment in levels, and I'm using various designers who have represented this over time, and there's different groups of people that make decisions about these different levels of the built environment. Another representation of that, some parts of the built environment are designed to last 300 years, some only 2 to 10 years. Government funding, in my modest opinion, should never operate here. Leave that to the people. Leave it to grants, to loans, or family savings. Government funding should last 100 to 300 years, or go into whatever is built should last that long. That's what I believe. This is another architect who said it a different way. In terms of the location outside and inside, I can't go into the detail. I do rely on quite a lot, for those that are interested to know where I get all these theories from. It's not just Amira making things up. I do some reading. So, please do look at some of these theories. Do look at some of these books. I can't go into any detail, but I wanted to show that it's not just my own personal opinion. It's built on something. When I say government shouldn't fund anything that doesn't last a minimum of 100 years, I would say that government funds the crate and never the bottles or the liquid in this crate and bottle analogy. It's been used often by built environment professionals. So that's redirect subsidies, and I think to a great extent we're doing that. But to the crate rather than the liquid, and that is the walkable neighborhood. These are some principles we developed some time ago for transformed settlements. Most important, encouraging desegregated mixed use, and just adding housing to affordable housing to Sampton Square, to Menlyn Park, etc. And that's what we do with our students. That's how we analyze. These are existing projects that we analyze accordingly. This is an RDP house that we helped extend. This is a building, you'll see the model outside, that we're building in Bushbuckridge to challenge conventional house builds. This is a shack we are upgrading in Mamelodi. And this is Mabupani Station, where we're saying, it looks like this, but we could make it look like that. And that's why we need the designers. sorry, the quality here, again, Mabupani, what we could do with those alleyways. Oh, that's the shack upgrade, we're still busy with it. This is you'll see some components of this outside. We did put this up in Nasrec as part of the IBT summit. My students put up the structure in 4 hours, the basic structure. Experimental unit, but it shows what we can do. So I presented one of my presentations in Baku, Are Smart Cities a Dumb Idea? You can see I like, just to get some discussion going on. I could unpack this, I'd love to share it. I'm going to not do that for now. So I say that a smart city has developed advanced tools for stability and change, the formal and the informal. It's inclusive, it embraces complexity and plans for the unexpected and unknown. It respects local heritage, unique geographical features. It's an architecture that is deeply, deeply connected to context. It favors the small-scale construction in the business. It's labor-intensive, and the building components are easy to manufacture and install, like what we saw. And we would like to partner with government to do that. We want to build real-life projects. Most importantly, the sentence in the middle, we believe that innovation and experimentation needs to be funded by government in partnerships, our partnership expert. And I have one video that I'd like to play, and I'm done. The video is very, very, it's not a long video. According to my time, I have 30 seconds. So I'm hoping that the video will come on. I think we all agree on what needs to be done in our built environments. Some of the things we've avoided, this is just to show you that those same principles don't just build a little house unit. This is Campus Africa, a good partner of ours, Earthworld Architects. They have used the same principles to build a large student housing. That is my timer. They use the same principles to build a large housing complex. Issues we have avoided today, migrants, migrations, and non-qualifiers. We have avoided them. Issues that we have avoided are also just these design issues. But the non-qualifiers, informal settlements, you know, who lives in them, who lives in inner city buildings, and what we need to do about that. I have opinions on it, but I'll end it there.
Thank you, Professor Osman, and thank you to all the panelists. I did promise you time to engage, and unfortunately, I will not be able to live up to that promise. But I'm going to ask our panelists to make themselves available over lunch so that you can speak to them individually. And I'm also going to ask the city to make sure this isn't the one and only time for this engagement. Because clearly there's a need for more engagement and deeper engagement and joint problem, not so much problem identification, but joint kind of solution finding and finding one another. I just want to say a few very quick things before I hand over to the COO. The one is that what's been the main theme of this last part of the panel is this emphasis on partnerships and making partnerships work. But of course partnerships have to serve a purpose. To what ends do these partnerships need to work? We spoke a lot about the importance of not just housing provision and affordable housing provision, but building settlements, building neighborhoods that are vibrant, dignified, safe, resilient, create life, create economic opportunity, and that are integrated into the urban fabric, into the city, not on the outskirts. What we haven't quite spoken about, and there's a silence in the room, is about the people. And if we had time to engage the panel, I would have asked them particular questions about the role of communities in the work that they do, but also in the work that the city is doing. So what role do homeowners have, particularly homeowners that are doing incremental self-build, that need access to funding, that need access to opportunity, that need the facilitation through zoning and land use to allow them to build in their backyards, to build in informal settlements. And they also need particular financial and other supportive infrastructure. Similarly, the role of tenants and the choices that they may be able to exert about where they live, what typology they live in, what they can afford, and so forth. The other question is about what role for community-based contracting and working with civil society actors to be often that intermediary, that bridge between the city, between communities, with the developers and the financial institutions. We haven't heard anything about that today. In terms of finance, in particular blended finance, how can community savings schemes and community funds potentially be leveraged in a way that is, strategic and meaningful? I think it's an unexplored area. Then the role of community members as laborers, as workers, as beneficiaries of these economic opportunities in terms of housing projects, neighborhood development projects, infrastructure management and maintenance projects. What role do we see for them? How can we systematize that? And I thought Prof. Osman was going to speak about alternative building technologies and climate resilient housing and neighborhoods. It was false advertising.
I did if you give me a chance something in the teddy bear.
But obviously the point there is about not only about the materials that are used, but also about the use of local labor for sourcing, producing, maintaining those structures and services. So with that, COO, I'm going to hand back to you and give someone else the difficult task of wrapping up the day for today.
At the risk of career limitation, I think we did an injustice by allocating only 6 hours for this much important debate. And I have no doubt in my mind that the executive mayor and the deputy mayor and the NNC for Human Settlement are going to think about what next. I think we need more engagement. There were stimulating, exciting, inspiring presentations, which I think most of you would have loved to interact with, but because of the limited time, we could not. Just before we ask Nonto to come and tell us what next from now, where are we going, but also to wrap up the session. I will ask the CEO of each city to come and present all the speakers. Are you ready, madam? Before I let you off the hook. You still want to look at your lovely faces. Madam, can you come forward? To give us a summation of the discussions and the way forward. And immediately after that, because we want to really be out at 12 o'clock, I will ask my Honorable Deputy Executive Mayor to thank each and every one of you who saw it fit to be here and who behaved very well with a great audience, I must indicate. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honorable Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, Alderman Maluleke, my MMC responsible for human settlements. I think other MMCs have left the room. I'd like to acknowledge members of the Section 79 Oversight Committee. Those are the people that are responsible to crack the whip when we're not doing what we're supposed to do. Councillors that are in the room, distinguished guests, there's representatives of the private sector, developers, financiers, there's Professor, I know you said you're on your own as representative of the institutions of higher learning, but I am aware that there are people that are coming up and wearing different hats who are present today. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been introduced. My name is Notodolel. I'm the head of the Department of Human Settlements. When more often when we have gatherings like these, like this symposium, it tends to be a talk show. And trust me, there's nothing wrong with people gathering in one space, under one roof, exchanging ideas, learning from each other on best practices. We had a presentation that was highlighting some of the success stories and looking at different ideas and coming up with practical solutions. But our intention today was beyond, was beyond just an engagement. We wanted a platform that will deliver on specific programs, a platform that will deliver on tangible outcomes. And we have in this room the City of Tshwane saying to you in attendance today, here are the opportunities. These are the opportunities. We're making land available, we're making buildings available. There's areas that are strategically and well located that we can come together and come up with solutions, and we are open for business. That's basically the message that we are bringing here today. So when we sat around the table, we engaged the executive. These are the objectives that we wanted to achieve, and I think we've done a great job in getting this done. We've had a presentation. Unfortunately, COO, we did not give Silo as much time as I know he would have wanted. But I think he did a great job in outlining what are our challenges currently, what are our realities, what are we struggling with as the City of Tshwane. Why are we not meeting our growing demand for affordable housing that is located in the areas where people want to live, to play, to work as a typical town planner? Those are the principles that we were taught and that we should be ensuring that we see in our spaces. And I think we really gave everyone in this room, and I just want to promise also that we will make sure that these presentations are available to everyone which is struggling with our QR code. If you look at the program, there's a QR code at the back. We are busy loading all the presentations that we had today so that you can interact some more with them as we move forward. Secondly, other than the pipeline that you presented, I think there was a good conversation around how do we bring all of these players together such that there is coordinated, integrated collaboration that yields results. Lastly, every time you engage with developers, one of the main impediment or obstacle that creates a lot of frustration, causes delays, it's costly that they always mention is the time it takes to approve development applications. I think it's every developer's headache. Tato's presentation was meant to give you an idea of what processes that the city has put in place to make sure that we facilitate or fast track applications as soon as they reach the city. And one of the interventions or mechanisms that we put in place is what you said, that let's engage further. I mean, it should not end here. Let's engage first before you even think about putting application. The application really be now just processing and ticking all the boxes, but you've engaged the relevant departments in terms of the availability of bulk, in terms of whatever that requirements that you need to meet for your application to be successful. We spoke about the different funding instruments that are there. Even the minister, she left earlier for those who came late, the minister was here. She emphasized the importance of blended finance. Our subsidies, the allocations of public funding is dwindling every year. The minister spoke about the cuts now. Currently, the current MTREF, our budget has been cut as human settlement sector by 7.2 billion. It means we need private sector to come on board, private capital that Dr. Savini spoke about, for us to realize the transformed spaces that the executive mayor spoke about. I will not really go into summation. I think I've addressed these issues because they came out in the discussion, the presentations were clear, were simple, were easy to follow, and I also don't want to stand between the people that are in the room and the opportunity to have bilateral engagements with the speakers, the excellent speakers that spoke today. But as I said, what came and was cross-cutting from all the speakers, including the morning segment, was that it's very important to ensure that there's coordinated planning, infrastructure investment, financing, and implementation in order for us to deliver, accelerate housing delivery and transform our spaces. I think what also came out very key is that there are a lot of hanging fruits. In Silo's presentation, if he had an opportunity, to go into detail, he would have pinpointed those low-hanging fruit that we are planning, and some of them, by the way, are already out in the market. We're waiting, we're looking out for proposals, and I'll talk to them a little bit later, as well as the promotion of strong partnership between all these players. Where to from here? Someone said to me, so Nondo, you and your team are going to invite these key stakeholders. You're going to tell them these are the opportunities that exist within the city of Tshwane, and then afterwards you tell them, well, we're still going to take out a tender for you to bid. And it's going to take months and months before it's finalized. These are the people that must still go out in the market and raise finance and all of those things. So we're saying this, yes, we have to be regulated. We work in a very regulated environment. We cannot run away from that. But there's different mechanisms and options that we can look at. We've already taken the first portfolio of city-owned strategically located assets out on a tender proposal after we had our investment summit recently. So some of the opportunities that Silo presented earlier on are already out there in the market. Some of them are, as you speak, are being processed. So we'll still be sending out invitations for long-term leases on strategic municipal land assets. We are talking about PPPs, and I must admit you were right. There is lack of internal capacity and expertise to structure these agreements such that they are successful. We still, not just even with the typical BFI applications, we still struggle as municipalities to put together credible applications that the National Treasury can review and give us positive outcomes out of that process.
When we talk about unsolicited bids, people are thinking there's something wrong in it. There's absolutely, if you process them within the prescribed regulatory framework, there's absolutely nothing wrong with unsolicited bids. With the opportunities that we presented earlier, we are welcoming people who are saying, I've got a unique idea. I've got a uniquely packaged idea that you can consider. We have no obligation to consider, but it's something that is sound, that is going to give us greater value than if we were to implement that program internally. By all means, we're encouraging you to also exercise that option. We will also, and there's a number of DFIs that are here today. So we have an implementation protocol with the Hotel Partnership Fund. Through our entity, we've signed an MOU with NHRC. We want to make sure that we have this memorandum of understanding in place because they do create an enabling environment for private sector to participate. So we are busy, we're in the process of putting those MOAs in place, and in order to streamline participation by private sector in leveraging funding on the public sector funding, that is be it subsidies, be it, as I said, the funding that's available within the DFIs. I've spoken about our internal capacity and expertise that we are busy building internally to ensure that we submit credible BFI applications to National Treasury. Tato has spoken about the incentives, mechanisms and measures that we're putting in place to expedite development approvals. And just as I wrap up, in the recent investment summit that we hosted as the city, which was looking beyond housing development, we also put on the table proposed incentives to create more enabling environment. And these come in different forms. It could be a reduction or reprieve on the rates that are payable on the long-term leases. It could be, it could also be a reprieve on the rental. Remember, when you enter into these long leases, you still need to enter into a rental agreement. Everyone in this room, I'm sure by now you are aware of the trading reforms. All of our infrastructure departments have been reformed into trading services, and there's dedicated funding for us to invest on bulk infrastructure in order to support these developments. So we're not only looking for solutions and answers from the US private sector. As the Minister said, when you put a rent, we're also able to put a rent coming from these grants that have been made available, especially taking into account our own internal funding constraints. I've spoken to some of these issues, so I will jump. The proposals that I was talking about, we've got team members here, and where you have a proposal, please feel free to submit to us. These are the details of the colleagues you can. We, on proposals that are focusing specifically on affordable rental accommodation, we have housing companies, so the CEs also here. As I wrap up, I want to talk to what the Executive Mayor said earlier on, that together we can have an opportunity to build Tshwane that is more inclusive, better connected, economically vibrant, and capable of meeting the needs of the current and future generation. And when she spoke to that point, she spoke about creating these opportunities in the right places, the right opportunities for different sectors of the community. The MMC talked about the fact that we should, all of these discussions and this transformation agenda should be focused on implementation. So how I'd like to close, ladies and gentlemen, is that I believe that the measure of today's success will not only be on the presentation, wonderful presentations that were delivered today, but it will be on the projects that eventually get delivered. It will be on the infrastructure that is delivered. It will be on investments that are mobilized and communities that are transformed. Thank
you. Now come the tallest man for the day. Thank you very much, Program Director. As a Minister of Finance, my life is economical all the time. So I want to appreciate everybody, but I want a round of applause only once. And I'm saying this because we've got business people here. Imagine telling business people to clap again, they'll be gone by the end of the session. So I want to appreciate the Executive Mayor, Dr. Nasipi, and the MMC of Human Settlement, the MEC, Tasnim Motara in absentia, and the Minister. We have seen and witnessed IGR in work today. I mean, all the departments are here, and all the heads, political heads are here. It's very rare, by the way, I can tell you. You look at the diaries, the minister is rushing to parliament, even though some of the people nearly made a mess here with packing her in. The MEC as well, with a difficult diary, but they were here. And normally when we speak about political heads, they say you can't praise the fish for swimming, but they were here on time. And I was listening to the articulation. I think it resonates well with this session. And you look at the trip that you're coming from Baku. Hey, it's a buzzword. The panelists, I was reading the flow. I don't know who prepared the logic of the panelists. I don't know, but he was spot on. And the person who invited them, you know, you look at the first one who spoke, actually the chair of the panelists, a passion. Did you hear the passion of helping people from there? And the energy. And you look at the official from the city, she could nearly fought with the COO here. But what was transversal and consistent in everything that we were doing today was time. And I want to guarantee you and give you comfort as the investors who are here that the executive have resolved that we are going to cut and shorten time of processing applications.
Okay.
I had my colleague, he knows what I'm talking about. The 12 months will be maximum. So when we came into power, there was a sluggish movement of processing applications, and unwarranted, by the way. They were meeting only twice a week. You know, 3 weeks ago, I made a harsh decision. One of the officials of the city who was supposed to process payment of bulk.
Yeah.
Bulk. Yeah. Imagine from a developer. Delaying them, I was looking at the emails, the calls and everything. Then I said, the only thing that we can do to help the city is to suspend this person. We immediately suspended the person. I know it's horrible, but it was ideal for others to see that we are not paying it. Yes. The person was supposed to pay 200 million rent. You delay and then you get your salary. So I think this is the time that we give everybody and yourself a big round of applause. Very clear, and normally I'm going to be manipulative now. And bear with me. I was listening attentively. I heard the professor, you know, she's so subtle in terms of protesting. And all my time, I like what she was doing and everything that she said. This wonderful lady was one of our employees here. And she spoke something that is close to our hearts. Kasi for real. I want to farm that 95%. And I heard you talking about Soweto. You must stop it when you come here. I don't want to hear about Soweto. Here we've got the boat that Goren is coming from ASEAN. So I'm going to be, I want to explore this moment because you know what we said there, because of everything was condensed. We agreed that this was a teaser. Then we'll have follow-ups. And one-on-one engagement outside this won't help. I can give you my word. We need a follow-up prescribed and tied. And let me appreciate my fellow councillors. The attendance of section 79 reached the quorum. That's wonderful. A study group reaching quorum. I Papatele Masoma The one thing that I appreciated from the minister, and I think the executive mayor must send the sheriff to withdraw that divorcement that I gave her in the morning. You know, the guest of saying we are going to retract the business plan to accommodate you so that everything. That's wonderful. I mean, if we can try to do it ourselves, they'll need 40 motivational letters till next year. So let's appreciate that, and I think we're going to do something for the city. You know, when we speak about accommodation or housing, we normally forget what it is, the essence. In my culture, I'm referring to my culture, before you could marry or be married, you must have housing. They will ask you in the team of elder minister, where do you want to take this woman? Not in my backyard. You must have your own. So this is sentimental. I don't know whether we are aware. So all the business people, perhaps it's important that we as the government request you that we know you are profit driven, but think about this critical component of our lives. When we do the profits, understand that there are those that can afford. And let's make sure that we accommodate them in the process. This was a wonderful investment. And the last round of applause goes to the COO. She was a wonderful thing. Let's appreciate everyone here. I want to make a political statement. Yeah, I want to make a political, but it's not insultive, it's a wonderful one. Today I witnessed our country on the correct path of appreciating women. The political heads which were here, 2 were women and only 1 man. Do you know what it says? It's 2/3, so they can vote him out anytime. And then you look at the panelists. Let's come to the panelists. They were chaired by a woman, and they represent 71%. So I'm saying this because the chair is a white lady, and the people doesn't know how apartheid treated white women. So today we are celebrating, and we are not celebrating only in August. In Swahili we celebrate women every day. Thank you very much.
Just one last announcement. All of you invited to lunch, and let's use that session for networking. Thank you very much. But also, we have individual gifts for you. So, as you go out, somebody is going to direct you where to get those. We have these nice plants. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.